Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
I understand. Likely offense will continue, but if he finished peeing, that offense is not going to continue for a while. In front of the Walmart, oh well. You especially won't go to court if it's bullshit charges because you get them thrown out. By gosh, go down and fight them. By gosh, make them work for it.
I want to kick back, taking it easy.
Alrighty. Good morning. Yes, I think you did say BS in there somewhere. I'm sorry. I've got an omelet. It's actually, my son made me an omelet. My daughter's delivering water as we speak. There they are. I'm running out of places to put things. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining me today. We have, I know we have some birthdays. Hopefully everybody got on the birthday list. I'd hate to miss anyone, but let's see, everyone's standing. Why are you standing? Oh, why did that not engage? Oh, try now. I think it's fixed now. All right. Let's see, where are we? Boom, everyone just sat down all at once. Did you feel that? The earth moved just in unison, just boom. That was synchronized sitting. Oh, there's that. Okay, we're getting there. I'm just trying to see what else we have. I've got this. I'm trying to set up a new way to. Well, that doesn't look good at all. It looks better like this. I'm trying to monitor my data usage as we're recording things. Let's see. So let's start recording here. So let's start right in there. No, don't want that. Cut. Don't want that there. I want that here. Okay, we'll figure that out. All right. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome. It's great to be here. Special welcome to Lois Cox. Lois, congratulations. First in chat today. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lois, a great friend of the channel, huge supporter. And much of what you see would not be possible without great people like Lois. I appreciate that. We are ready to begin, but Lois, after all the nice things I said about you, we're still going to punish you with internet ownership. That's right. You were first in chat. You say hello. You were polite. There's nothing really you did wrong other than that you were the first person to do it, and that's what we punish you for. So you knew this was coming, but here you are. I sent you to internet ownership for the rest of the day, at least until we go live again. So you're going to be responsible for all the problems on the internet, and everyone else, just go ahead and contact Lois to get your issues resolved. So thank you very much, Lois. Appreciate you taking one for the team there. And by the way, we're going to add this to your permanent record. All right. Thank you, Lois. We are so excited. We have a break in the Karen Reed case because today is.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. We're halfway through the work week. That was. I'm about to be graded. Wait, the door's going to open. Like it's going to be like, that was a week. 3, 2, 1. Oh, look on cue. Hey, bud, how you doing? I could have done better, he says. There you go. All right. It was a moderate effort. I'll say that. It wasn't the best effort. But anyway, we're excited. It's hump day. We're halfway through the work week. We're in a break in the Karen Reed trial. There's no more live Karen Reed trial, and we are a day behind. So yes, there's some footage out there that we're not watching until they start again because we're keeping it one day behind. But during the break, we are going to watch another trial or pick up on another trial. And we've got one that just barely started. We're about 2 hours behind in Tennessee. And that's where we're going to go. And we're going to watch it a little bit faster until we get caught up live on that one. But it is a trial that's expected to last 2 weeks. So we can watch the first week of it, then return to Karen Reed, and then we can come back and watch the last week of it. But we might not. I mean, that's the way it works. It'll give us a trial. I would say it's a good old-fashioned murder trial, and by old-fashioned I mean it happened over 12 years ago, and it's just now going to court. So interesting. It's been a long time coming. It's a husband accused of murdering the wife after the wife files for divorce. It's about as straightforward a murder trial as can be, but as you can imagine, with the case taking over 12 years to get to trial, it's going to be a lot of circumstantial evidence and not as much physical evidence. So that'll be interesting to look at that way. A couple things we have to say. First of all, Katie214 with the butterfly. After a few months hiatus, I'm back. Happy 11 months, Katie214. Thank you very much. Great to have you here. Happy 11 months, almost to that Orange Courthouse. Natalie O gifted a membership this morning. Thank you, Natalie, for that. Kelly, member for 10 months, says wonderful. 10 months. Entertainment while working. Kelly, hope you have a wonderful work day. Glad we can make that go a little smoother for you. And Cheryl Gilmore, member for 12 months. You hit the big 12. Orange Courthouse. I know it sort of blends in right here. I can move it so you can see it a little better. That's all I can do. But Cheryl, congratulations. Thank you for a full year of membership support. We have a buffer. We have a buffer because we have birthdays. We have Miss Violet, Mrs. Weatherwatch, and Rando all celebrating their birthdays today. So excited to sing to these three. What a great day. A hump day birthday. It's great weather here. I don't know. Is it finally good weather in Texas, or do you have more tornadoes today? It's been a rough month, quite honestly. Weather
When are
watch.
we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Soon. Did I say 12 years? Did I say 12 years? That would be really cool if I'd been on the internet for 12 years. I have not. 12 months. 12 years. What's 12 years, 12 months? What's a word between friends, really? Honestly, that's not. I'm sorry. I didn't even hear myself say it. Jedi Jen, your birthday was yesterday. We can add you to the list, Jedi Jen. We'll sing to you today. Just 1 second here. Before we kick off trial. So Jedi Jen is going to be added
Somebody
to this
just
list.
sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
All right, it's time to sing. Let's get the birthday song sung together. That's what we need. Let's see. Everybody, I'm trying to remember how we do this. Everybody, please stand up. Stand up, take a deep breath, roll your shoulders back. Let's loosen up those muscles. I'm feeling a little better. My back was stiff the other day, but no meds today, and I'm still feeling good, so hopefully it gets better throughout the day. Let's see, big stretch. Mostly let's take some deep breaths. Fill the lungs, and then exhale slowly. All right. And then one more time. Not too much. You don't want anyone to pass out. And then exhale slowly. All right. Okay, we are going to sing the birthday song to Jedi Jen, Miss Violet, Miss Weatherwatch, and Rando. So please warm up with me. La 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 la. There we go. Everybody, voices raised. Blend with your neighbor. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jedi Jen, Miss Violet, Miss Weatherwatch, and Rando. Happy birthday to you. Jedi Jen, Miss Violet, Weatherwatch, Mrs. Weatherwatch. It's not Weatherwatch, Mrs. Weatherwatch, and Rando. Thank you very much. Thank you for letting us celebrate your birthday today. Hopefully you have a fantastic day, and the wonderful people in your life who are a little closer to you proximity-wise than we are have planned just wonderful things to make your day wonderful. So hopefully that happens. If not, if you're alone and celebrating with us, hopefully we can make your day better. So thank you very much. Make sure you help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's before they go out of business, because apparently every restaurant I mentioned goes out of business or goes bankrupt or something. It's not my fault. But All right. Have a wonderful birthday. Thank you, dancers. You looked great as well. I don't see any injuries, just scanning the kick line. So good. Thank you for stretching and everything. All right. Where are we going to start? Let's start at 1.5 speed. I think we can start at 1.5 speed because we're in Tennessee. Tennessee is very different from Canton. You will notice immediately a change in accent, a more laid-back approach. Also, an old-fashioned look about the courtroom, yet different from the Boston area. It's a good case.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Are we putting up the Daybell thumbnail? Oh, is it not up? Hang on 1 second. Enter studio. It's up right now. The Daybell thumbnail's up on top mark, right? Yeah, it is up. It is up right now. It's been up for a little bit. I started that right before I started this. And we'll follow as court develops over there. The thing about Daybell is they're basically in verdict watch. So there might be a time during the day when I go quiet commenting on this trial and jump over there to do a verdict music moment. So closing arguments, then verdict watch. So that's where we are on that one. But it's a cold case. We need a thumbnail link for this case. It's a cold case. All right. Here we go. Let's get a thumbnail available here. What do we call this one? By the way, I need to take a bite of omelet while I type. Okay, 12 years considered cold or just slow? I think it's cold. Okay, I'm just going to leave a blank screen right here. Ready? We're going to share a blank. We're going to call it the Tennessee cold case. And we'll change that. That's a working title. Anyone with the link, copy the link. Okay, so right now, if you watch your chat, there's going to be a link posted in chat. This link gives you access to control the thumbnail. Use it judiciously. Use it wisely. Don't abuse it, or else the privilege goes away, just like the elementary school recess. If you guys do things you shouldn't on recess, then you lose recess privileges. So please continue to do that properly. And look, people are in already. Nice. Wonderful. All right, that's a de-thawing case. This happened in 2012. Yep. And now let me see if we can get it started. Do we have audio? It would help if we had audio. No, we have audio.
Chair sweeping. All right. Makes no difference where you sit. Sit wherever you like, within the box.
Tell me if 1.25 or 1.5 is too fast. Actually, let me go back and change it to 1.25. I like that better.
Two right there, and then a nice blue chair for somebody.
There we
go. All right, let's be seated, everybody. Good afternoon, folks. Everybody feeling okay? Feeling good? Okay, everybody's good. Let me ask you this. Has anybody approached you about your service as a juror in this case? Anybody had a problem there? You're obligated to report to me any efforts to do that, if you'll do that. If you will, be sure and do that. Mr. Tom Jones, who's the circuit clerk in Dyer County, is now going to administer the juror oath to you.
This guy is the most American of court clerks I've ever seen. Ready? Look at this dude. He's wearing like 50 American flags.
Is anybody who did not accept the oath of the juror? I'm hearing some back feed. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the trial, I want to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings and describe how the trial will be conducted. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching your decision, but for now I want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant is charged with first-degree premeditated murder. The essential elements of the offense are listed below. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted intentionally, and 3, that the killing was premeditated. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charge. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the jurors in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, the attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if he should choose. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, the state and defense may present final arguments. Final arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. After hearing my instructions, the jury will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. I will decide which rules of law to apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raise during the trial, as well as in my final jury instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you will arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. A defendant is not required to prove his innocence or have his attorney make any statements or arguments or to produce any evidence. You must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime charged in the indictment. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest that you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as being honest? Did the witness have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events about which he or she testified? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decision on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. You have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. You may consider both kinds of evidence which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you are allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations, but you're not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. You'll be provided and have been provided with pen and paper if you decide to take notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, the defendant, or any attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject whatsoever. You also should not discuss the case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you begin deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all of the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all of the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you may not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any places mentioned in the case, or try to learn about the case outside of this courtroom in any other manner. There are numerous media reports in the newspapers, on television, or on the radio about this particular case. Additionally, there may be broadcasts or streaming of the trial. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to those reports or discuss the content of the trial with anyone, including your closest friends and family members. As jurors, you must base your decisions solely on the evidence that you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask or submit questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence that is presented to you. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have a conference here at the bench in the courtroom outside of your hearing, and in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss a matter out of your presence. I'll try to avoid as many of these interruptions as possible, but I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. If after your deliberations you find the defendant guilty of any offense, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment. This completes my opening statements to you. We'll now proceed with the reading of the indictment. General Goodman.
Okay, we're going to pause for just a second. So, first of all, this judge does an amazing job. I love that there's no lengthy explanation of what circumstantial evidence is. The rain outside and the ground is wet and, it could have been a fire truck that sprayed the house. Yeah, I love that it does that. Quick update. Just a few things that I don't think they're going to say before they read the indictment. This was, first of all, it's 12 years old. There was a change of venue. Meaning that basically everybody in that community had heard about this crime, and it took so long. It was an unsolved case. It was on the radio and it was on the news. 12 years, and it was basically impossible to find a jury that could be impartial. And so they did grant a change of venue. So it went from Dyer County now to Dresden, Tennessee, which is in, I think it's like Wheatley County. I don't remember which one it is, which is about 50 miles north or something. It was 13 years ago. She was reported missing in 2011. Hunters found her body near a cemetery 2 months later. Her car was found abandoned with a flat tire, and the husband never participated in the search and just stayed silent pretty much and avoided all the press and everything else. So that's the catch up. Other than that, we are beginning. This did start yesterday. We're on catch up until we can get live, and And that's anyway. That's it. That's where we go.
Indictment in the Circuit Court of Dyer County, Tennessee. State of Tennessee versus David Swift. Indictment for first-degree premeditated murder. The date is August 8th, 2022. Indictment number 22 CR 186. The grand jurors of Dyer County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oath, present that David Swift, on or about October 30th, 2011, in Dyer County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, unlawfully and knowingly, with premeditation and intent, did kill Karen Swift in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. This indictment is signed by me, Danny Goodman, Jr., District Attorney General, 29th Judicial District, and also a true bill by the grand jury foreman, Walt Bradshaw.
Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant pleads not guilty to each charge embraced in the indictment. The rule of sequestration has been called for in this case. Any person is going to be
his mic's off.
In this case, will need to wait outside.
Rule of sequestration, that means the witnesses cannot sit in and listen unless they're an expert witness or the lead investigator. Those are the exemptions that were asked for and granted by the judge pre-trial.
The state would like to announce that we have Chief Investigator here Friday as our party.
Thank you. All right, we're ready to proceed with opening statements. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you a few moments ago, opening statements are an opportunity for the lawyers to give you a preview of what they expect their evidence to show. Opening statements are not evidence. The state goes first, then followed by the defendant if he chooses to do so. General?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank you for your time and attention to this matter. It's a very important issue, and we need you to pay close attention, and we appreciate the fact that you're here and willing to do that. Unlike cases that you see on TV, shows like CSI or Law & Order, this is not one of the cases where you're going to see positive DNA results. You're not going to see fingerprint analysis. You're not going to see ballistic testing. There's not going to be any of those things in this case. We will, however, give you several pieces of a puzzle. And when we get through giving you all of those, we think that we're going to have a complete picture, and you're going to see that complete picture of exactly what happened to Karen Swift. Once you put all those pieces together, we're going to ask you to find David Swift guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. I want to start by giving you some background. David and Karen Swift were initially married in September of 1989. They had two children, two sons, Preston and Dustin. In 1996, Mr. David Swift had a 3-year affair, and out of that affair, a child was born. Ms. Swift found out about the affair about the time that the child was born, and she filed for divorce. The divorce was granted on January 18th of 2000, and after being divorced for several months, Mr. David Swift and Karen Swift decided that they wanted to try to give things another chance. So the two of them were remarried. And they were remarried in that same year that they divorced, and they were remarried in September of 2000. After being remarried, 2 more children were born. They had 2 daughters, Ashley and Keely. After being married several years that second time, Miss Karen Swift had an affair. And she had an affair with a gentleman in Arkansas. And upon discovering that, Mr. Swift decided that they needed to move. And that's your first indication, and you're going to find out throughout the trial. And Mr. David Swift wanted to control every aspect of Karen Swift's life. Once he found out about that affair, he abruptly made the decision to move his family from Arkansas to Dyersburg, Tennessee. And that's regardless of the fact that his job was actually in Arkansas. But he moved his family to Dyersburg, Tennessee. And they moved so quickly that Miss Swift never actually got a chance to look over the house very well, see what the house looked like much. And they left so fast that they left their oldest child, Preston, in Arkansas to finish school. After being in Dyersburg for some time, Karen Swift began to make friends. This is something that the defendant did not like. He wanted to keep his thumb on her at all times. You're going to hear that many of the friends throughout this trial are going to testify, and they're going to tell you that Karen Swift was very unhappy in her marriage, and she wanted a divorce from the defendant for a long period of time. Miss Swift started to hang out with some friends. She had a neighbor who lived across the street. Her name was Jenny Guerin, and you're going to hear from her. And she also met a person who became a very good friend to her, and this was through a dance school. This person has a dance academy where they teach children to dance and do performances and competitions and those kind of things. Her name's Kathy Bona. and you're going to hear Kathy Bona and Bill Bona's name a lot throughout this trial. Karen spent a lot of time at their house. She spent time at Jeannie Guerin's house. She spent a lot of time at Kathy and Bill Bona's house. You're going to hear testimony that the defendant did not like that at all. And the minute Ms. Swift would leave the house, he would start calling, he would start texting, and it was constant. It was every few minutes. He would call and text. And then it got to the point that that wasn't good enough anymore. So then he started having stalking behavior. And he was seen just popping up at all times where Ms. Swift was. He had to keep his thumb on her and know exactly what she was doing. You're going to hear from Janie Helm. Janie Helm is a neighbor to Kathy and Bill Bona, or she was at the time of this incident. She's going to testify and she's going to tell you that she came outside one day and she was startled by the defendant who was in her yard. And he told her, shh, be quiet. I'm trying to listen and look through your fence and see what's going on next door.
That's got to be on the thumbnail.
So he was trying to spy on Karen. He was trying to listen in through the fence. And Ms. Helm told him, you can't do that. You need to leave my yard and don't you come back. You're going to hear from numerous friends. They're going to tell you about times that the defendant was stalking Karen, about the fact that he was not welcome to be at their homes. You're also going to hear that David and Karen Swift were having severe financial problems during the year of 2011. But regardless of the fact that they were having all these financial issues, Mr. Swift still did not want Karen to work. If she went to work, she may meet someone. She may meet a friend. He may fear that she was going to meet another man. But he wanted her at home and not working. Because of that, I told you earlier that Ms. Swift wanted a divorce for a long period of time. The problem with that was that she didn't have the money to file for divorce. Mr. Swift controlled all the money. He controlled the finances. She didn't have any money, and she couldn't file for divorce. Despite the fact that the defendant did not want her to work, she started trying to do some things on her own. She started doing some landscaping work, and she even started to clean houses some. And she did that in an attempt to try to make money in order to get that divorce. In October of 2011, you're going to hear that Bill and Kathy Bona loaned Ms. Swift $2,000 to file for that divorce. In addition to that, they also loaned her a cell phone. And this cell phone was called a Voyager. That was the name of the phone. And you're going to hear about this Voyager cell phone throughout the trial. They loaned her this second phone because she needed a phone that she could talk to her attorney without the defendant being able to monitor her calls, monitor her texts, and know exactly what she was talking to her attorney about. So she was using this second phone for that purpose. You're going to hear from Jason Creasy. Ms. Swift hired Mr. Creasy to represent her in the divorce, and she actually filed that divorce in October, and but she was afraid to be around when Mr. Swift was served that divorce. So Kathy and Bill Bona had already reserved a room. They were going on a vacation for fall break. The children were out of school for fall break, and they had rented 2 condos. Well, one of the couples decided not to go, so they just had an extra condo that was already paid for. So they told Ms. Swift, said, hey, why don't you just get the girls and come down with us? And that way, while he's being served from the divorce, you won't be at home. You won't be around. So that's exactly what she did. The thing was, she didn't tell the defendant that that's what her plan was. So she took the children, and she left to go to Orange Beach. She did leave a note for the defendant. She left him a note and said, I've filed for divorce. I've taken the children with me. I'm not going to tell you where we are because I don't want you to come find us. And I'll let you talk to the girls as soon as we get there. We'll call you, and I'll let the girls talk to you. But you got to promise me you won't ask where they are because I don't want you to come down and find me. She also told him that to keep him from being embarrassed and being served at work or being served by a police officer somewhere when he was out, that he could go to her attorney's office and he would just serve him and give him the paperwork. And she did that to try to actually to benefit him, just to make it easier so that he didn't get served at work with divorce paperwork. Mr. Swift did do that. He went, and on October 10th, 2011, he accepted service of the divorce at Jason Creasy's office. Some of you talk about the fact that you had been divorced or been through one. One of the things about a divorce is once you are served, you have 30 days to file an answer to that divorce. If you don't do that, there are some consequences, and you'll hear about what those might be later on. Even though the defendant had 30 days to file to file an answer to the divorce, he never did. He didn't file that answer because Karen Swift was killed before that 30-day period ever arrived. You're going to hear proof also that those divorce papers that he was handed and was served with were found in his trunk under a spare tire.
That's where I keep
That
mine.
doesn't sound like a person who intends to give that paperwork to an attorney and file an answer.
Just kidding.
The state submits that the defendant started planning the murder of Karen Swift several days before her before her death, and shortly after receiving the paperwork for the divorce. You're going to hear that the defendant had a knee injury earlier in the year, and he did. He had a legitimate injury that happened around April of 2011. But he had surgery for that. He went through rehab, and his knee had gotten stronger. And it was healed to a certain degree, and you're going to hear about that injury as well. But what you're also going to hear is that his knee was strong enough to lift and move hay bales the day before she was murdered. What you're also going to hear is the next day, after lifting those hay bales, and Miss Swift was missing, that he was on crutches all of a sudden. He's going to tell you that he had injured his knee at work on October 25th, just a few days before her disappearance and murder. This was Mr. Swift's first attempt to plan and to attempt to cover up the murder that he was planning. You're going to hear from witnesses that are going to tell you that the defendant's knee appeared to be fine the day before Karen's murder, but on the day that she was murdered, he was using crutches. Witnesses are also going to tell you about numerous lies the defendant told after Karen was thought to be a missing person. Because what you're going to find out from the proof is that Miss Swift went missing on October 30th, but her body was not found for 40 days. So during this period of time, the defendant started to demean Miss Swift. Now typically, if your wife was missing and you still loved that person and you didn't want a divorce, you would think that you would be talking about how much you missed her and how much you loved her and what a good person she was. But the proof's going to show that Miss Swift did the opposite of that. Anyone that he could talk to and talk about what a bad person she was and to demean her character, he did that. He tried to portray her as this wild party girl who was just seeing multiple men everywhere. Now on October 29th, 2011, that's the day before Karen Swift was missing and murdered. Karen planned to attend a Halloween party. The Farms in Dyersburg is a country club, and a bunch of people had gotten together and they were hosting this party, and it was going to be a costume party. And there were lots of people in Dyersburg and Dyer County that were going to attend this costume party. Well, Karen decided she wanted to go to that party, so she did go. She went along with Kathy and Bill Bonham. Now, the defendant was still trying to prevent a divorce on that date. And he actually asked Miss Swift if she would not go to the party, but instead go to dinner with him. And let's talk about things and let's see if we can work things out. She refused to do that. And she basically said, look, David, it's over. You need to accept it. It's over. I'm not going to dinner with you. I'm going to this party. You're going to hear from Janie Helm, once again, the same person who he was in her yard looking through a fence. You're going to hear that night that the defendant showed up at the Dyersburg Mall. And she was there working in a store that her sister owned and was helping her sister. She's going to tell you that the defendant came in and talked to her and that he told her that night that he did ask Karen to go out with him to dinner. And he told her that she refused to go. And Ms. Helm is going to testify that the defendant appeared to be furious. And he was really, really angry that he had been shunned by Miss Swift and that she would choose a party over him. Now, their daughter, Ashley, who was the older daughter, she was spending the night with a friend that night. And the younger daughter, Keely, was staying at home with Mr. Swift. You're going to hear from witnesses that while at the party, Karen did not dance with anyone other than just the friends that she had in her group. I'm sure all of you have seen a group of people dancing where it's men and women and everyone in a circle or in a group dancing. That's the only kind of dancing she did that night. She didn't dance with any other men. She didn't dance alone with anyone, only with the groups. You're also going to hear that while she was at that party, she never got in an argument with anyone. That it was a good, calm night. Nothing was going on. And she stayed with her friends throughout the night. They all pretty much just stayed together, sat at the same table, just enjoyed being with one another. They left the party, and when I say they, I mean Karen Swift, Kathy, and Bill Bonham. They left the party a little after midnight. They decided that they would go by McDonald's in Dyersburg and get some French fries. And they were going to go back to the house, and Miss Swift's plan was that she was going to spend the night with the Bonhams that night and just sleep on the couch. They got home from McDonald's. They sat in the house in the living room for a little while. They were eating their fries. They were just talking about the night, talking about things that had happened. And Miss Karen Swift received a phone call from Ashley. And that's the oldest daughter. And if you'll remember, she was spending the night with a friend. This was a little after 1 a.m. And Ashley told Miss Karen Swift that she wasn't feeling well. There had been some issues with the other girls there, and she wanted to come home. And you're going to hear a lot of proof about what a great mother Karen Swift was. So she immediately dropped everything she was doing, changed her plans, and went to pick up her daughter to bring her home. While she was doing that, the defendant, Miss Karen Swift called the defendant. And she told him, said, hey, Ashley's not feeling well. I'm on my way to pick her up, and we're going to be on the way home as soon as we do that. Mr. Swift told Karen Swift that Keely, the youngest child, was in bed with him, and you'll find out that they slept in separate beds. Mr. Swift slept upstairs, and Miss Swift slept downstairs. And that's something that had gone on for a good while. So the defendant told Miss Karen Swift, Keely's with me, she's in bed upstairs, and what I need you to do is to use the side door to the garage. So he told her specifically which door he wanted her to come in. This was a little bit unusual that he would ask her to come in that side door because he always kept the garage door open. So that was strange, and that's a part of the planning. It's a part of the premeditation. It's part of what Mr. Swift was planning to do later that night. Now in 2011, you need to remember back, this was 13 years ago. Technology was not as good 13 years ago as it is today. Now, we did have cell phones, and I know all of us remember when we didn't have cell phones, but we did. But the service was not quite as good in some areas. And Mr. and Miss Swift lived in a rural area, so the service was not quite as good out there. But Mr. Swift was required to be on call with his job. So his job furnished him a network extender. And what a network extender would do is it will boost your signal. And it's kind of like now where you go home and you hook to Wi-Fi. As soon as you go in, you get better service because you're actually going through the internet. Well, that's the way this thing worked. It was a network extender, and when you connected to it, it boosted your signal so that you could get good service. The way that this network extender worked is when you got home, when you would come into the house, and this thing would only connect for about 50 feet. So when you came into the house, your phone automatically connected to this network extender. When you left home, it automatically disconnected from the network extender. You're going to hear proof from experts that network extender was tested, and we know that Karen and Ashley Swift arrived home at 2:08 a.m. Now the times are going to be very critical in this case. We're going to ask you to pay close attention to the time and pay close attention to the timelines. She arrived at home at 2:08 a.m., and we know this because her phone connected to the network extender. This is where the defendant's story starts to change. He told multiple stories about what happened when Karen Swift arrived at home. He told some people that he never saw Karen, but he talked to her from the top of the stairs. So he said he was standing at the top of the staircase, she was down at the bottom, but she was in an area where he couldn't see her, but he talked to her and made sure they were home. That's his first story. His next story is he was at the top of the staircase, that he actually did see Karen Swift. He talked to her, but he didn't know what she was wearing. His third story was that he was at the top of the staircase. Miss Swift came in. He saw her. He talked to her. And he knew what she was wearing, and he could describe in detail what she was wearing. And then his fourth story that you're going to hear from Jimmy Hancock is that he saw her when she came in. He saw what she was wearing. She went to bed and then later decided to leave, and he saw her when she was leaving and asked her where she was going, and she wouldn't tell him. 4 stories about what happened when she arrived home. He also told officers that as soon as Karen and Ashley got home, he went back to bed. He said he slept all night, and he didn't get up till the next morning around 10 a.m. when the girls came in and say, hey, Dad, Mom's not here. Mom's missing. We don't know where she is. That was the story that he told. We're going to show you proof that that's not true either. We're going to put on proof that not only was he not asleep, he was up most of the night on his computer, on his phone, surfing internet sites, and he also was deleting pictures off of the computer and off of cameras of Miss Swift. Why would you delete photos of your wife that you care about that you don't want to divorce. But we will prove that he was up deleting those photos. When Karen Swift arrived home that night, she dressed for bed. We're going to submit proof that she took something similar to a Tylenol PM, and she went to sleep. And she took Tylenol PM on a regular basis to help her sleep. She got into the bed along with Ashley. So now if you'll recall, Keeley is upstairs with Mr. Swift. Now Ashley is downstairs with Miss Swift. The proof is going to show that sometime in the night, the defendant took Keeley from his bed, brought her downstairs, and put her in the bed in Ashley's room. The proof is then going to show that he went into Karen Swift's room, got Ashley out of the bed, took her across the hall, and put her in the bed with Keeley. He did that so that the children would not wake up, and that if one of them did wake up, they would have the other one in the bed with them so they would go right back to sleep. We submit that the defendant then went into Miss Karen Swift's room. He gained control of her. He stripped her clothes, except for her panties, and he dragged her to the garage. Once inside the garage, the defendant stomped Karen on her head with such violence that it caved her skull in, and it caused shards of broken bone to enter her brain. The proof will show that it was such a violent blow that it severely fractured Karen's skull, and it did so from one side all the way across to the other. Proof's also going to show that it was such a violent blow that it separated the sutures. And you're going to hear from a doctor that when you're born as a baby, your skull is not quite connected yet. But as you grow, it starts to connect and it creates sutures in your brain. And it was such a violent blow that it separated the sutures in the brain as well. After stomping Miss Swift's head on the concrete, the proof's going to show that there are fractures on the left side of the head, which show that it was against a solid object such as concrete, causing small fractures to this side and a large fracture to the other side. He then loaded Miss Karen Swift's body into a car. He went into his backyard and got bleach, and he used that to clean up what blood there was in the garage. He then drove up Harness Road, and he dumped her body near Bledsoe Cemetery and a large cross that overlooks the river and the Pagoda community. And this is a large cross that can be seen for a mile or more away, and it's a very popular and well-known in the community. And that's where her body was dumped. He then rushed back to the house. He got a screw and manually inserted the screw into Miss Swift's tire. This didn't cause the air to go out, so he had to intentionally deflate the tire, let all the air out of the tire, which is going to be the right front passenger tire. Once he did that, he put Karen Swift's purse and cell phone in the car. And we know this because her phone disconnects from the network extender at 4:38 a.m. She got home at 2:08 a.m. and it disconnects at 4:38 a.m. The defendant then drives Miss Swift's car 1/4 of a mile, and it's at the intersection of Harness Road and Millsville Highway. He leaves the car there, and he does so to make it look like Miss Swift drove down the road, got a flat, and someone abducted her. You're going to hear from Mary McQuarters. She's going to tell you that she lives right down the road from David and Karen Swift, or where they lived at that time. And at 4:40 a.m., she was awakened by the sound of a car with a flat tire being driven past her house. She's going to testify that the sound stopped when the car got to Millsfield Highway and Harness Road. As the defendant was walking back towards his house, if you'll remember, it was only 1/4 of a mile. So as he's walking back towards his house, he realized that he needed to get rid of Karen's phone. So the proof is going to show that her phone was receiving data all this time, but at 5:09, it suddenly stopped. Now, this phone was later found, and it was crushed. And we submit at 5:09, the defendant realized he had to do something with that phone, and he crushed it on the road the same way that he crushed her skull. At 5:09, the phone stops. At 5:15 a.m., Miss Swift's car is seen by 2 different individuals driving down the road that knew her car and knew her. So only 16, I'm sorry, not that much. It was 5:09, only 6 minutes after the phone was crushed, her car is seen on the side of the road by two different individuals. A few days later, while they were searching, and Miss Swift is missing, at that time she's just a missing person. So the Sheriff's Department has called everyone in that's available, help us search for this person, the community is searching, everyone is out searching for Miss Swift. During that search, a highway patrol officer finds Karen Swift's cell phone, which was her iPhone, the one that was crushed, and they also find the Voyager phone, which is the phone that was loaned to her by the bonus. And they're both found together a few hundred feet from Mr. Swift's house. The defendant told investigators on several different occasions that he just found out that Miss Swift had a second phone. He told them that he didn't know anything about this phone until after she was missing, and then he found out she had a second phone. We're going to put on proof that that was a lie. We're going to put on proof that the defendant knew she had a phone. He actually had the phone saved in his contacts, and he had called the phone numerous times. Another story that's not true. On October 30th of 2011, the morning that Miss Swift was missing, Mr. Swift never called the police. He called his neighbor, Jenny Lamb, and this was sometime after lunch, around 1 o'clock or so. He called Jenny Lamb and asked her would she watch the girls for a little while, that Karen wasn't home, he was going to go look for her. And she told him at that time, well, her car's at the end of your road. It's just a quarter of a mile up the road. It's right there parked on the side of the road. We saw it this morning. He then received a call from Kathy Bona just shortly after that. And she told Mr. Swift that she was concerned because she had not been able to get in contact with Karen, and that she always answered the phone, and she always texted her right back, and she couldn't get in touch with her, and she felt like something was wrong. At that time, Mr. Swift told them, well, I just found out that Karen's car is at the end of the road here on Millsfield Highway. The Bonas called the Sheriff's Department. They called before Mr. Swift did. They were the first ones to call and say, hey, we've got a problem. We think Karen Swift is missing. Something's happened. They went straight to where her car was at that point. And when they get there, they're the first ones to arrive. Mr. Swift is not there at that time. Mr. Bona leaves to go try to look for Miss Swift. While Miss Bona was there and she's waiting on the Sheriff's Department, the defendant showed up. And the first officer to arrive was Deputy Brandon Alexander. He's going to testify that he searched the car. He didn't find anything suspicious at the time that he searched it. He then called his sergeant over the shift, who is Heath Walker. Sergeant Walker is going to testify also that when he came up, he looked at everything, but something just wasn't right. And he just felt like something wasn't right with this case. So he immediately called Chief Investigator Terry McCright, who just happened to be out of town with his pastor was in the hospital, and he was visiting with his pastor. Mr. McCright told him to impound the car, and he began an investigation immediately. Mr. Swift was initially interviewed by investigators Rick Gregory and Calvin Johnson. Now, Chief McCright listened to those interviews, and he just felt like something wasn't right with that interview. So he called and asked Mr. Swift if he would come back the next day for a second interview. And that was conducted by Chief McCright and TBI agent Nathan Bishop. There were several discrepancies between his story that he told the day before and the story he told the next day. After Karen had been missing for a few weeks, a search was conducted by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and they did a search of the home of Mr. and Miss Swift. While they were doing that search, they seized several electronic devices. It included cell phones, it included computers, numerous computers, cameras, and they took those devices back to the laboratory, and they downloaded all that information. And you're going to hear from those agents that did that, and they're going to explain to you exactly what was on those devices. They're going to tell you what the defendant was doing the morning that Miss Swift came up missing and was murdered. They're going to tell you what the defendant was doing in the days that happened after she was missing. Now, the defendant's going to give you a lot of ideas. He's going to give you conspiracy theories. He's going to have all these rabbit holes that you can chase and go down. And they're doing that to try to take your focus off of the facts of this case. Was it a stranger who just happened upon Karen and abducted her and killed her within that few minutes? Was it a neighbor who didn't like dogs? Did he kill her because there was an issue over the dogs? Was it the prominent family in town? Were they the ones that killed Miss Swift? Or was it someone she was having a secret affair with? The problem with all of these theories is that none of them had a reason to kill Karen Swift. There's only one person who had the motive to kill, divorce, who had the means to kill, was which was by stomping her, and who had the opportunity, because he was the last person to see Karen Swift and the only person that had the opportunity to do so. We're going to ask that you pay close attention to all of these witnesses that you're going to hear from. We specifically want you to pay attention to all of the lies that the defendant told throughout this investigation. At the close of the state's proof, we're going to have woven such a tight web around the defendant that it's impossible that anyone could have brutally murdered Karen Swift but the defendant. And we're going to ask you to find him guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor?
You are the members of the jury. You heard me talking earlier about, how serious it is to be on the jury. But let me start out by either congratulating you or telling you I'm sorry that you're on the jury, that you're chosen, and how important it is that we pay attention and listen to all the detail. The state just gave their take on this situation. Let me just talk to you about some issues and things that I want you to listen to as we go through the proof. And this is going to be a long trial because there's a lot of potential witnesses. Please listen to both sides. David and Karen Swift got married, as the prosecutor said, back in 1989. They've been together. David Swift had worked at manufacturing management for a period of time. Karen had worked a variety of jobs, part-time and stuff during that time. They had the 2 boys, and they did get divorced, and they reconciled. They were married in 89, and they got remarried on the same date in 2000. And then after they got remarried in 2000, and there were issues that they both had affairs, they tried to make the marriage work. They had 2 girls after that. And David Swift continued to work and be the major breadwinner for the family. Karen Swift and David were raising their family. As we move on till 2007, David Swift and Karen moved to Dyersburg because they started working at Tenaris in maintenance management. There were issues with the schools around there. Where he was working wasn't far. People commute. The schools were better in this area. It was a fresh start. And I guess it would be if you're having problems and you're looking to make something work. And so they moved to Dyersburg. David continued to work at Tenaris full-time. Karen was into fitness. She was very fit, very strong. It meant a lot to her. And she would get up early in the morning, sometimes and leave, and go to YMCA and go to classes. And it was just, she'd get up early and leave and go. As we move on until closer to 2011, Karen had friends, and they both lived in Dyersburg. They were both busy working. He was busy, David was, and with activities with his kids, and she was. She worked part-time occasionally, did some landscape work eventually. And Karen had friends, and as happens in couples sometimes, one changes. And I submit to you that Karen had some friends she used to do activities with that lived around her, and they would do family-type activities. And it kind of started changing with Karen. And it became more of a wanting to drink and to go to clubs or different things like that, especially when she met the bonus. And it became a more frequent thing as we're moving closer to 2011. And it became an issue because something's changing. And in fact, some of her friends her lady friends that she met and made started sort of backing away from her because as she became more active with the bonus, there were issues about conduct and things that were going on, adult parties, things about hot tub parties and with the bonus and her and just some things that maybe some others considered not appropriate. David Swift started hearing about this, noticing that she's gone. They have the girls, they're small, and it becomes more of a frequent thing. She just would go somewhere and then be gone. And there are family responsibilities and things going on. And eventually, she's pretty active with the bonus, and there was some things that happened over there that David personally saw when he went over and heard about that caused him concern. And it was just some inappropriate conduct. And I think the proof's going to show that this went on. He's still working. He's still doing his part. He's trying to make it work. He's starting, like we talked about earlier, if somebody, you think that something's changing, or if they're not being truthful to you, or they're lying, or they're sneaking out, he checked up on her. He was trying to find out if there was something going on, and trying to find out if what was really going on, if he could trust her or not. As we move on to 2011, David did injure his knee in April of 2011, and the prosecutor referred to it. It was a serious knee injury in April of 2011, and it caused him to have crutches and operation. And we move on, and there's problems with the Bonas, and it becomes, obvious and active at this time that Karen's going away a lot, and so sometime in Karen filed for divorce on October the 10th of 2011. And before that, the Bonas, they're the ones that provided her with another phone. And David and Karen had their plan, through a certain company. And yes, he got the records, but Mr. Bona kept up with Karen also about what her calls were and things. So he gave her a phone, and you have to decide, what's the situation here. She's a married woman, and he's giving her a phone, and he's also providing her a way to go away. And she's over at their house. They're going to different things. They're going to clubs. They take her to a concert, in which she meets up with a guy, and they're sort of encouraging this behavior before she files for divorce and during this time. Karen did file for divorce. It was contested. She filed for divorce, and she did go to Gulf Shores with the Bonas. And, she didn't tell David till afterwards, until he found the note. And she took the two girls. The boys one's in college, and the other one's getting ready to start college. And that's how he finds out. And so after a few days or a week, she comes back. She didn't ask for an order of protection. She didn't try to get her lawyer to put him out of their house. She goes back and lives in the house where David and the girls are, and his son is. And the other one, the oldest one, I think, is off to college. He's coming back occasionally. So her actions doesn't indicate she was fearful of David. And they're both in the house, and they're both carrying on with their lives. And they see each other. He's trying to figure out what's going to happen, what's going to go on. Is this another situation where we're going to have a problem and then try to work it out? And so that's going on. Around October the 25th of 2011, David re-injured his knee that had originally been seriously injured in April. We know that because the person that saw it, and this is before she goes missing October 30th. I guess the state is trying to tell you that that's some plan to commit murder. But it's an accident. It's an injury. He had the injury, but he re-injured himself, and it had an effect on his knee. And he had like a stabilizer on his knee, a mobilizer thing they could strap on his left knee. He would wear that, and also had crutches. He couldn't. I submit that medical proof is going to show that it was hard for him to put weight on it, and that it made it stiff and hard to lift up and to walk a great distance, especially trying to carry something a great distance. Karen at this point will contend was 125 pounds, and people saw him with the crutches and the mobilizer. Now, there's a difference between a hay bale and a lady's body, the weight. And so, and there's proof that David was seen with crutches by different people, and at Walmart, and at the roller skating rink by some of these witnesses the 2 days before. And you're just going to have to listen to that and decide what you believe. Now, Karen goes missing Sunday morning. On Friday and Saturday, she was cleaning a house in Trimble, Tennessee. She was making some extra money for Habitat. She was cleaning the house. But and she would drive up there and go. And there was a hayride bonfire at the Swift's house where Karen and David are there at their house, and they're having like a little party. Pre-Halloween for families and kids, and she's there and David's there, and they go get the hay, and they come back and other people see him there. she's not afraid of him. She's around him. And then Saturday, I submit there, Karen went and cleaned the house in Trimble. And David went over, saw her, took his daughter with him, brought her lunch. He's still talking to her and trying to help her out and continue on. And a witness saw him. And it just doesn't add up that it's somebody trying to hurt somebody, but it's somebody trying to support somebody. And it may not be, they may be having problems, but can we make it work, or can we be adults about this? Saturday night, after doing the cleanup at Trimble, Karen goes to the party. And she did plan to stay all night. And David didn't call her back and say, come home. You know, her daughter, who was with somebody else that was supposed to spend the night, called her and said, come get me, I don't want to stay here anymore. And then Karen left the bonus, and they had been to the country club, and you know, they had been doing some activities there, drinking and, you know, at the party. And Karen was went and picked her daughter up, and then she went home. She came home, and I submit to you that David was there. He said he heard or saw her, and that their children were there, the two girls. And then Sunday morning, October 30th, 2011, Karen goes missing. Now, before we get to that, Karen's plan was to get up Sunday morning and finish cleaning the bathrooms in the house at Trimble. So she would get up early and go do things, go to the gym, or that was her plan, to go to the house in Trimble and finish cleaning it up. And I mean, that's what he understood, or that's what her plan was, and she told other people. So it's not unusual that she'd get up and leave early in the morning. Now, the prosecutor said some things about her car, and her car was found a quarter mile from the house. And it did have a flat tire. And I guess you're going to have to ask yourself, what proof is there of all these things that the prosecutor's alleging or contending? That David, when she come home that Saturday night, early Sunday morning, and I submit there's no proof that David Swift left the house with his two girls there. And the prosecutor says that David Swift murders her and bashes her skull in a violent way in the garage of their home at 65 Willie Johnson Road. And there's nobody that heard any screaming or any disturbance. And you're going to hear that on that Sunday morning, after David Swift gets up, and there may be things with people using a computer at the house at different times. And the prosecutor said about Karen's phone registering on the extender before and after is consistent with Karen coming in and Karen leaving in her car. It was her car that she got in. Her car that was found down the road. Karen Swift was a attractive woman that people said she could walk in Walmart and guys would go up to her and say things. She left, I contend the proof is she left the house. And there was a neighbor, I went blank, hog shooter that lived across from him and down from him. And there was an issue with him poisoning their dog and their neighbor's dogs. And these cell phones were found in an area down from behind where he lived or where he had his property later on. And I don't know, the issue could be, you're going to hear from two different experts about the tires. There's another one that talk about what these tires do show or don't show and what tests were done or not done. This issue with a nail being intentionally drilled into the tire, whether the facts support that or not, you're going to have to decide after listening to both of them. David Swift got up. He does call and look for his wife. After a while, he don't hear from her. He talks to other people. He hears from somebody that he talks to, one of her friends, that she saw her car down the road. I submit to you that witness is going to say he acted like he was genuinely surprised and concerned. And he calls Mrs. Bonner. And he does go ask this lady to watch his children. And she's at the mall. He goes to the car, and then he goes to the mall, and then he comes back. And when he comes back, the Bonas are there. and they're out there. They're kind of really involved in Karen Swift's life and all of her activities, and he's concerned about the car's broken down. There's a flat tire. Where is she? And they call the police. Well, Mr. Bona does to see if she's been arrested or in jail, and David does, but he's not sure what's going on. And it's not unlike Karen to get up and leave. And so before you bring the police in and say something, you want to at least make sure, because it can be embarrassing. But that's what's going on. From there, the law enforcement comes. Law enforcement comes. There's nothing in the car that indicates. The prosecutor said that her body was loaded in her car and driven down there and then driven back. The prosecutor said this grisly murder occurred in her garage, in their garage, while his daughters are in the house, and nobody's heard this. Law enforcement comes down after that this Sunday. Law enforcement comes into the house and looks around that day and in the days after, immediately after. Law enforcement very quickly looks through the house, takes pictures as they're going through, looking for anything unusual or anything that possibly might be questionable. TBI comes out, they're called in, they go through and do extensive analysis, I submit, of the house, of her car. They have search warrants for David's vehicle too. And they examine all these things. I mean, they go into the crawl space. They look at every bottle or container. They take samples from the garage. They take swabs from the garage to send off. And they send them off for analysis. The prosecutor says there's no scientific proof and don't concern yourself with it. But extensive things were done to all the things I'm telling you about. The house, all the rooms were looked at. The garage where he says this grisly thing happened. And her car, and also all the vehicles in the area around his house. They do walk down the road. They do continue searching and do all kinds of things. You're going to say there's proof that the cell phones were found behind where Mr. Hogshooter lived. There were issues with the neighbor they had a problem with. But if her car is on the side of the road down from where you live and it has a flat tire, issues about did she get out? What did she do? Who came up? I don't know. But there's no proof David Swift left the house during this time frame until he came out with his daughter and sees her vehicle after hearing about it, comes out looking for her after she's already gone. After he hears her car's out, with a flat tire, and he starts looking for her. There's no proof in the house or the garage or any of these physical things. And they did a lot of tests. They did do a lot of tests. They did blood tests. They did DNA tests. They did do ballistics tests. I don't know why, but they did. They took his weapons and did ballistic tests. I mean, they did a lot of things over a period of time. Her body was found December the 10th of 2011 down at Bledsoe Cemetery. Some of the witnesses involved saw before that, driving down by the cemetery, people out there looking through the cemetery. It's an area out near the cemetery, real close. But I don't know. But their body is formally found December the 10th, 2011, down the road. It's about 2.9 miles away from the house. And yes, she had damage to her skull. Yes, it was an injury to her skull, and the medical examiner tell you about it. He said it was a homicide, blunt force trauma, and that was the cause of her death. None of her clothes were found. Her panties were pulled down when they found her body. And I'm not trying to be crass or anything, but her panties were pulled down below, down towards her knees. It could look like a sexual assault. There was no semen found or DNA on the panties, but I don't know. But that's the state they found her body. And I'm not saying that to belittle or anything, but it looked like an assault. None of her clothes were found. None of her clothes, other than in her car, it looked like she had changed out of her clothes at the party. And her clothes were found in her car. There was no blood found in her car, her blood, or anything that indicated that her body had been loaded in her car like the prosecutor said. These are things you need to look at and think about. He says, don't concern yourself if there's no scientific test. There's no proof through science or whatever, but they did a lot of things here. And what they don't show he's trying to, I just submit, you got to ask yourself, is that realistic or reasonable? Now, after that, David Swift talked to him several times that day. He did call. He did call law enforcement. They did talk to him. They talked to him several times. He told him about his injury. It was just a fact of his state, how he was, at that point. But the prosecutor is making it seem like David Swift murdered her in their own home, in their garage, and there's no scientific evidence to back any of that up or proof of that. I submit to you there's no proof of where it occurred. Did somebody pick her up? I don't know, but he doesn't have to prove he's innocent. I'm not saying that, but there's no proof to back anything up that the prosecutor's saying about the location of the garage or anything of that, or her car. So those are things that I think you should concern yourself with. After that, 2011, he talked to him several times. They came back to the house several times. He agreed to let them come and search. Like I said, they even looked at the cleanup bottle out next to the pool. He had a bottle of bleach out there, and they checked it to see if there was anything on it. So they measured everything under the house. They looked at everything. In some ways, I've not seen as much documentation as I've seen in this case about those things, in some of the cases I've seen. After that, things go on. Nobody's charged for a long period of time. This is 2011. It becomes mentioned in a race for sheriff and the race for the district attorney's office that nothing's been done, better do something about it. And over time, in 2022, the indictment was issued. After all those years, there's been no scientific breakthrough or anything other than what we just talked about. There's been nothing new that's come in or anything. After all this time, there was a charge. And it's important about proof, about asking, how do you prove what you're claiming? And so I ask you all, I could sit and talk about a lot of things here, but this is some of the issues that are going to be involved, some of the major issues. Sometimes when people are going through a divorce, they start talking about each other, both sides. They want you to understand how they've been wronged. And I submit to you, both parties were doing that before. And so, or sometimes they just want to talk to somebody about how they feel. So, please listen to all the questions and all the witnesses. And those are issues that I think you should look at as we're going through this trial. Thank you.
Interesting open.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Didn't
Ladies
sound
and gentlemen,
extremely
honestly,
convincing.
we didn't think we'd get this far today. We thought it would take the better part of today to select you for service on the jury, and so we've gone as far as we can go today. We're going to let you all go in just a few minutes. We're going to start tomorrow morning. We need you here at 8:15 tomorrow morning, 8:15, and again, if you will report directly to the jury room like you did after lunch, just go straight to the jury room. At 8:15, we should be able to begin promptly at 8:30 tomorrow. If for some reason you have a problem, family issue, an illness, an emergency that you can't deal with,
we're almost caught up.
You need to call in or get someone to call into the clerk's office first thing in the morning so that we at least know there's a problem. Okay, I hope and I keep my fingers crossed that there's not for every reason, but certainly not right now. So we'll see you all in the morning. Before you get up and go, though, let me say this again. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Okay. If I was on the jury, I might be tempted to go home, get out my iPad or my computer, and try to see where Harness Road is in Dyer County. Don't do it. Don't get your phone out. Don't get your iPad out, computer out. Just don't do that. Do not speak with the attorneys, with the defendant, with any family members of the defendant or the victim, any person who claims to be a reporter or a media person. You're not permitted to give any interviews. They're not permitted to approach you at this time under any conditions, including if they say you'll just be an unnamed source. Don't do it. Do not do that. Do not form or express any opinion about this case. Again, there are many reports, a lot of information out here. Don't go home and look at it tonight. Please don't do that. You have to help me. I can't go home with you. And I'm not making you stay in a place where I can control the information flow. And so I need you to help me preserve the integrity of this trial and make sure that when you make a decision, that your decision is based on what you're going to hear in this courtroom only. only and exclusively in this courtroom there. So don't do anything that I've asked you not to do. Tomorrow morning I'll ask you again if you've done anything like that, or if anyone has approached you, and you need to honestly assess what you've what's going on in the intervening time. Any of you have any questions about any of that?
Already been
well, thank you very much for your attention this afternoon. Anything before we dismiss the jury for the day? Okay. All right. Very good. We'll stand for you and let you all be dismissed. All right.
Okay, we're going to catch up. That's what we're doing. That was yesterday, so now we get to get to today. Yay! Super excited. Give me just a second to get to a screen where I can see where we are. All right. Karen Swift. Yeah, he said Smith. He said Karen Swift, or then Karen Smith, and it's definitely Swift, by the way. Okay, let's get caught up to. I think we're only like 10 minutes behind. Oh, maybe about an hour behind. But an hour, 10 minutes, about the same. Here we go. 50 minutes. Okay. All right. Are we ready? Yes. Man, the sound is worse. How did it get worse overnight? I'm going to have to work on this.
Everybody doing okay on this side of the room this morning? We are. Mr. Swift, Mr. Goodman, y'all good this morning? Anything we need to do before we bring the jury in?
Yes. I would like to ask the court to revisit your order on our legal.
Right.
That's based on the opening statement from the defense. They mentioned numerous times throughout their opening statement that Mrs. Swift was never interviewed from Mrs. Swift. That seems to be one of the things or the defenses that they plan to use and talk about the fact that she never requested an order of protection, that she never asked for protection of the house, she didn't live there, and also that there were numerous times that she did that she was not interviewed. Open the door that we had an absolute right to rebut any statements that they made about Mrs. Swift not being interviewed.
All right, Mr. Taylor, what do you think about that?
Lemony, you went through each of these statements. You analyzed in your order. That's part of the court record. Each of the statements, and you made comments in there about it. In your order, you talked about context would have to be set up. Some of them were speculative. Things were about the conduct of another. The things that were listed in 803.3. Your Honor indicated in your order that you would, I think you, in essence, dismissed some of them, saying that you left the door open on 2 or 3 of them. And so we had the order. I filed a response on the same day, I guess right before I got your order, a motion in limine additional, asking that these 803.3 statements not be introduced into evidence until we had a jury out hearing in which the witnesses can be questioned about it, and it could be determined, not in front of the jury, whether the context or the had been set up. Now, yesterday, before we did start opening statements, I asked Your Honor to exclude or prohibit the prosecutor from that they shouldn't be mentioned until context can be done until we have a jury out hearing. Your Honor said you seemed to agree with me, and then the prosecutor said what the prosecutor said, but I went on record saying that. And then afterwards, it was brought back up, and Your Honor, after opening statements, and Your Honor said the statements of counsel are not evidence from yesterday. The things he said, if he can't match it up, because I objected to some of those after. I mentioned my motion in limine afterwards again, and Your Honor said the statements of counsel were not evidence. I did not specifically refer to any of those statements. I just listed what I thought the evidence would prove. They're the arguments of counsel. And I have not opened any door, obviously. Opened the door.
Open the door already?
You know, asking a question of a witness. And I guess what I was trying to do is not take the chance of having any potential prejudicial questions brought up in front of the jury, or what Mr. Swift said, or what he allegedly said, or about his conduct. So I have not opened any door. And so that's what I submit. And I would still reaffirm what I said yesterday about we need a jury out hearing. And I think I'm asking Your Honor to make a definite ruling, whether it's for or against me, on this issue, because I have to protect the record. And I'm trying, you appointed me to this case to do my job. And I'm going to do it, Judge, how I see fit. We may disagree about things, both sides, and maybe with the court, but that's what I'm asking. I have not opened any door,
so public
and
defender.
I still ask for the jury out hearing. All right.
Sure.
By the way, the defendant is out on bond. I said it was in custody.
We have to put our proof on first. And if we are going to be prohibited from being able to ask these questions and to put in proof about her actual fear, then the defense should not be allowed to then argue that she was not in fear. Your Honor, if they put their proof on first, then it wouldn't be an issue for us because we would know whether or not we could use that. But Your Honor, if you're going to prohibit us and you're going to limit the fact that we can't put on proof that she was afraid and that she was in fear, then it's unfair to the prosecution to allow the defense then to use that as a defense for this crime.
Okay, so would you rather have it? This is the best I can make the sound.
Outside the presence of the jury.
This is how it is
what
right
I'm asking
here.
Requesting, I requested yesterday and before.
Without my
is
changes.
if the state's going to try to do that, we have to dismiss the jury, and we'll have to bring the witness in, and it'll be incumbent upon the state to lay the groundwork for the admissibility, whether or not that applies or not. That's all we're asking for. I mean, I think that's the way to do it. It's the way we've always done it in other trials. So.
Irrespective of whether the defendant has opened the door, and I'm not convinced that opening statement constitutes an invitation for that testimony, the court still has to analyze these statements in view, outside the presence of the jury, in view of relevance, in view of whether they fit within the narrow exception of 8033 and whether the context and timing of the statements are appropriate. And so I don't think there's anything for the court to do right now other than to say, once again, I'm going to follow the rule and we're going to determine these matters outside the presence of the jury. That is certainly an argument and a factor that I will consider at the moment, but I've got to hear the specific testimony to be able to analyze these matters. I've given you the best guidelines I can pre-trial in the May 17 order. Other than that, we're going to follow the rules of evidence, and the court's going to analyze those things, and then I'll give you a specific ruling on specific testimony there. So, anything else before we bring jury in?
No, Your Honor. So I guess I'm asking, Your Honor, saying that if he depends on doing that, we need to approach and say we're going to have a jury out here and dismiss the jury.
You need to make an appropriate objection at the time that you think that 8033 or any other rule of evidence comes into play. You all are asking me to make a blanket ruling. I'm not going to do it. I've asked the state in the order, if you anticipate you're getting ready to answer that, ask those kinds of questions, give me a signal. Let's know. Let's do it. If you don't, then please make an objection and let's deal with it.
That's what I'm asking. They can just come and say, Your Honor, we need a jury out.
Once again, if there is an objection, we'll deal with it. If the state will let me know when that time comes in direct examination, we'll analyze it at that point. I'm not going to create some artificial rule at this moment that if the state doesn't do this, I'm going to automatically exclude it or I'm going to get mad. That's not the point. The point is, let's head it off if we can. If it doesn't get headed off, then object and let's deal with it then. Okay?
How's the state going to let the court know so I know?
Can't hear you.
Can I ask, you asked the state to let you know at that appropriate time?
I did.
Okay. I guess the state will let me know too.
Well, I think if I know, you'll know. And
you
I'll
ask
tell
the
you
state
if
to
you
let
don't.
me know.
I promise you.
Let you know.
Okay. All right.
Will they let
Anything
me
else?
know too?
All right, let's think.
You'll hear it. I'm not sure why they're not using their microphone. When the microphone, the little white collar on that microphone in front of him turns green, it's on. When it's white, it's off. So there are microphones there, just not being used. Can the state let me know when they're going to let you know so I know? Thanks. Yeah, that was basically it. We are on today now. We're about an hour behind live. We are going to be catching up at some point today. The conversation will suddenly get much slower. Much slower. So be listening for that. He dressed quite casual. This is most of the attendees in court are dressed more I would say, formally than him with the golf shirt.
You need the podium microphone up. Is that what you need? All right. We're good? Hang on a second. I think they've saved that blue seat for you. Yeah. Let's all be seated. Good morning, you all. First, tell me if everybody's good this morning. I'm just going to start at my left. Everybody good this morning? Everybody feeling all right?
He's using the force.
Okay, that's good. That's good. You all heard the warnings and the rules yesterday afternoon. Let me ask you this, and again, I'm going to look up and down the line to make sure. Has anybody approached any of you in any effort to talk to you about this case? I'm just looking by. Sir, anybody bothered you about this case? Did each of you follow the rules that I asked you to follow yesterday in terms of how this case goes? Okay. All right. Good deal. Thank you all very much. Stay ready to call the first witness? All right. Sorry, would you say that again in the mic?
Brandon Alexander.
Thank you. Brandon Alexander is first witness. We got pictures coming in. Car tire pictures. He lets the defendant. You want to look at these pictures first? The prosecutor's frustrated. Like, really? This guy's seen these. Public defender. 13 years ago was the murder. Just now going to trial for the first time. Oh, look, we've got dual mics on the podium. Look at that. Dual wielding microphones. Now he gets the pictures back. Not sure what the holdup is here. Thought the jury's already in. Oh wait, we're just the witness. The witness.
Come on up, officer. Good morning. Morning. Hold on, Mike. Would you come up and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That's right.
You may be safe.
This is testimony from 13 years ago from law enforcement. This might be interesting.
Sir, you're Corporal Brandon Alexander?
I am.
Okay, and where are you employed, sir?
Right now I'm employed at Dyersburg Police Department.
Okay, where were you employed in October of 2011?
At the Dyer County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long had you been employed in October 2011 at the Dyer County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 9 months.
Okay, were you post-certified at that time?
I was.
Okay, and do you recall being on duty on October 30th, 2011?
I do.
Did you have the occasion that day to be called out to the intersection of Millsfield Highway and Harness Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the nature of that call?
Possible missing person.
Okay, were you informed of who the possible missing person was?
It was Karen Swift.
Okay, and what did you do when you got that notification?
I went out there to investigate the possible missing person.
Okay, when you arrived at the intersection of Harness and Millsfield, what did you find?
I seen Miss Swift's vehicle parked on the side of the road with a flat tire.
Okay, what tire was flat?
The front passenger side.
Okay. Was there anyone at the scene when you arrived?
Mr. Swift and William and Kathy Bona.
Okay. Did you check the vehicle when you arrived?
I did, and the vehicle was locked with all the windows up.
Okay. Did you previously know either David or Karen Swift?
I only had a dealing with them previously a few weeks or a month later in reference to the poisoning of their dog.
Was it earlier or later?
It was before this incident.
Okay. I was trying to make sure we're clear on that. Did you know the Bonas prior to that day?
I did not.
Okay. Did David tell you anything on the scene about his wife?
Objection hearsay.
They're incriminating statements of the defendant. They're certainly admissible.
Can we approach, Your Honor? Okay, so the objection was hearsay. The prosecutor said these are incriminating statements by the defendant. And there's an objection. There's a, whoa! It's one of these cases. Oh my goodness! Apparently, they've hired a F-35, not the one that crashed yesterday, sadly, but an F-35 to turn on the engines during sidebars. So it's gonna be me working the mute button as much as I can, and then watching the audio meters for when it comes back. All right. Did he put on a suit jacket? Or is that a raincoat? Maybe it's a rainstorm. What's this audio? Are you thinking rainstorm or jet engine? If it's a rainstorm, it's a hurricane. I think he's got like a windbreaker on. Like his counsel came to him and said, "Hey, is that the best? Is that the best you've got? Your Adidas workout outfit? All right, let's wear it. We'll bring something better for you tomorrow." Spend the night on the 19th hole. It's a windbreaker. Maybe it's cold. I mean, a lot of people in court. I mean, this is Tennessee. It gets warm there, so maybe the AC is newer than the courtroom. I'm going to turn that sound off. It's driving me nuts. But that just means I can't read chat. I have to just monitor the audio levels until it jumps up. This guy is out on bond, $200,000 bond. I'm not sure if he only had to post like 10% of that or 1%, 5%. I don't know what the deal was, but he is out on bond. Probably the reason they got him out on bond, even though it's like a murder charge, is I just get to look at the witness during the break. That's cool. Is the fact that, he hasn't run off. It's like 13 years ago. They're saying, Your Honor, it's not a
Did
threat
David
to
Swift
society.
make any statements to you about his wife that day?
He made a statement that he woke up, noticed that she wasn't home.
Did he tell you what time he woke up?
Roughly 10:30 a.m.
Okay. Please continue.
After waking up and noticing that she wasn't there, he said he started texting her, asking if she was going to bring food home for the kids. Upon further investigation, I believe he found her car at Millsville Highway near Harness Road, and then contacted us in reference to her being missing.
Did he tell you anything about the last time he had seen his wife, Karen?
He mentioned that he'd seen her approximately 2 o'clock when her and I believe his daughter Ashley arrived home.
Did he give any description of what she was wearing when she came home?
She did. Can I refer to my report to confirm it?
That's up to the judge. He's asking if he can look at his report to refresh his recollection.
He said what I believe it was like blue jeans and a shirt, but there's several different outfits mentioned in the report, and it was 12 and a half years ago. So
may the witness have permission to look at his report?
He can consult with his report, but then Mr. Taylor's going to get an opportunity to look at it as well.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Taylor hasn't had an opportunity to look at his report?
I can give you this.
What? Okay, what do we count in this case? Our counter's at 0 right now. Ashley, you got any ideas? Like, okay, this police officer can refresh his recollection.
Yes, sir. It was a blue jeans hosen and a gray jacket.
Okay. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary from Mr. Swift's appearance that day?
He was on crutches and had a brace on one of his knees.
Okay. Were you able to get you stated that the car was locked and the windows were up. Were you able to get a look inside the car?
Yes. I believe it was later. I ended up getting a spare key from Mr. Swift to investigate the vehicle further.
Okay.
How many times they say how long ago it was?
Tell us what you did when you were able to inspect it.
Before inspecting the vehicle, I took photos of the vehicle. I opened up the driver's side door, took photos. I took photos of the entire vehicle. After taking photos, I entered the vehicle to see if there was any relevant information on where she had been in her past few hours or any clues whatsoever. I noticed in the driver floorboard was some boots and a mini skirt, black in color. Other than that, nothing appeared out of ordinary.
Okay, you're a pretty tall guy. Do you recall whether or not you had to move the seat back to get into the car?
No, sir. I'm approximately 6'2", and I didn't have to move the seat when I sat in the driver's seat.
Okay. I'm having the bailiff hand you some photographs that previously been shown to defense.
I think we can count.
Would you look through them for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Count the number of times somebody says it was a long time ago, or it was 13 years ago. It's been a long time.
This is the vehicle I took photos of.
Okay, those photographs were all taken by you?
For the counter.
Correct.
Are they a true and accurate representation of the condition of the vehicle as you encountered it that day?
Yes, sir.
You're asked that they be admitted at State's Exhibit 1, Your Honor, and published to the jury.
We want to mark those as a collective, number one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and get them marked, and then we'll pass them to the jury if you want to.
No technology, which means we're not going to get to see much.
That's okay, Your Honor.
Beg pardon?
I'll continue asking questions while they're doing that, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When you were in the vehicle, did you notice any signs of a struggle?
No, sir.
Any obvious blood stains?
No, sir.
Pulled hair?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you able to open the hatchback of the vehicle?
I was.
Okay. Did you discover anything in the hatchback?
I just observed a cooler, and inside that cooler were a few beers.
Okay. Could you tell whether or not the spare tire had been attempted to be accessed?
It didn't appear so.
Okay. Did you stay with the vehicle until it was towed?
No, I believe I had other calls I had to answer, and I believe Sergeant Walker was on scene, and I left it to him.
Okay. And who was Sergeant Walker?
He was my supervisor at the time.
Okay. Did that end your involvement in this case?
No, sir. I ended up returning back later to Mr. Swift's house to ask him some further questions, and that's when I went over there.
Okay. What did Mr. Swift tell you when you went to his home? Well, first, how did you gain access to the home?
I knocked on the front door, and Mr. Swift allowed me inside through the front door.
Okay. Did you have a search warrant at that time?
No, sir, I did not.
He willingly let you in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now talk about your conversation, if you would, that you had with Mr. Swift at that time.
If I remember correctly, we walked in through the living room area, through the, I believe, dining area towards the back room. I believe that was Miss Swift's room at the time. I remember speaking with Ashley. She advised that her mom picked her up. They laid down in her room, and Mr. Swift showed me on the computer where he had been messaging and calling Miss Swift, trying to find out where she was at.
You said he showed you on the computer. How was he able to do that?
He logged in through Verizon and showed me on the Verizon.
Did Mr. Swift ever show you into the garage that evening?
No.
Do you recall whether or not the garage doors, the outside garage doors, were open or closed when you...
I believe they were shut.
Okay. Would you publish those to the jury? You pass the witness, Your Honor.
Wow, that was quick.
Mr. Taylor, if you'd like to wait till the jury's seen the photos, you're welcome to do that. Have you seen a copy of the officer's report that he consulted earlier? Okay.
Trying to turn down the noise. Fortunately, it's just turning everything quiet. It's still going to be there. What's Angela's suggestion? Why is the trial only on now? Because they've just got the evidence to try him. It's been a cold case. Back in time. What was the other suggestion? Defunct technologies in this trial. Network extender, there's one. I guess they still have them around. This is a regular old murder trial. Let's see, what was the suggestion? Timeless. Okay, so now we need a picture of a clock. We're waiting for the jury to look at pictures. All right. While they're doing that, let me catch up on a couple messages because I'm a little bit behind. Beach Bum, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Brand new member. A Texas Girl 74 member for 13 months. Thank you, Texas Girl. Love the orange courthouse. Pickles and Zoe the cat is here. Welcome to the gallery again. Thank you, Pickles and Zoe. Gail Pet says, hi, honey, I'm home. 15 months. Thank you. Mathis back in green, as also with a super chat scene. Have you ever had a grilled cheese? Need recipes. That's an inside joke about it. Another court case where a lawyer was asking if you ever had a grilled cheese, and we never found out how that ended, unfortunately. Vivian Anderson, welcome to the gallery. Also, Orange Courthouse, at least 12 months there. PJ Wolf, member for 9 months. Thank you very much. Okay. Ella Cole as well, member for 13 months.
Officer Alexander, let me ask you some questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecutor mentioned a report. You refreshed your memory.
Correct.
You have a copy of that report with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. You were an officer and you went through the Law Enforcement Academy?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had been employed as an officer for several months before you were dispatched on this call?
Correct.
And part of the training is to observe, take, and discern what's important when you go to scenes?
Yes.
Okay. And you do reports to remember things?
Correct.
And you put what you deem to be important in the report?
Yes.
All right. And you were taught that before this day?
Correct.
And you know how important it is because you've done this on a lot of cases before you went out on this dispatch. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you received a call at approximately 15:10 from David Swift, or dispatch did?
Roughly, yes.
All right. So Mr. Swift called law enforcement about this?
Yes.
All right. You went out there?
Correct.
All right. You went out to where the car was?
Yes.
All right. And before you got there, you were the first officer on the scene?
Yes.
All right. Before you arrived there, you don't know who had been in the car or not because you weren't there. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And when you arrive there, you see people around the car.
Yes.
You see David Swift there.
Correct.
And you talk to David Swift.
I did.
All right. He's standing there, and you see her car with a flat tire.
Yes.
Okay. And you ask him to unlock it.
Later, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think he had a key at the time.
Okay. And then, did he have to go get it?
That would have been the time that I had left, and I've come back and took pictures because I answered the call when it was completely daylight. When I took the pictures of the vehicle, I had the key, which was closer to nighttime.
Okay. And so when you first came out there, David Swift is there.
Correct.
And you didn't take pictures at that time. You just looked at it.
Correct.
All right. And then you didn't go in it at that time.
No, sir.
All right. And then you left.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you left to go do something else?
I believe it was to answer other calls, yes, sir.
Okay. And because right then it was just a missing person report.
Possibly, yes, sir.
Possible.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess in your report, did you indicate that, let me back up. When you left the people there, David Swift.
Correct, but I believe Sergeant Walker was saying.
Okay. All right. And you came back, what, an hour or two later? Or several hours later?
Sometime later. I'm not exactly sure what time.
All right. And it was daylight when you saw David Swift when you first arrived there?
Yes.
And you looked at him?
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked you if you noticed anything unusual about Mr. Swift?
I did not.
All right.
Besides him being on crutches and something wrong with his leg, a brace or something on one of his legs.
Now, you looked at him?
Correct.
You didn't see any scratches or marks on his face or hands, did you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. If you had recalled, you would have put this in this report, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Because you're trying to put important things in your report.
Correct.
And you didn't put anything about it because you didn't see any of that.
Correct.
All right. And you asked Swift questions, David, and he answered them.
Yes, sir.
And he was cooperating with you?
He was.
He was trying to find his wife?
I believe so.
All right. And you left and came back later. Did you call him and say, come up here and open the car? Or how did he know that you were coming back at a certain time?
I believe he was still on scene when I showed back up to the car, and that's when we unlocked it. And then I went to his house after that.
All right. Did you take pictures when you came back?
Yes.
All right. And it's getting close to night.
Correct.
And you actually opened the door and go in the car?
Yes.
All right. And when you left and did other calls, you weren't there, so you don't know what happened about who went in or who didn't go in the car, do you?
Correct. No, I didn't.
Because you weren't there?
Correct.
All right. And you come back, and then that's when you take pictures?
Yes, sir.
That's when you actually get in the car?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the prosecutor asked you this question. You don't see any blood or anything that indicates a disturbance to you?
Not that I observed.
Well, and you didn't write anything that you observed as a struggle, blood, or anything in the car. You didn't put anything about that in your report, did you?
No, sir.
Because that would have been important, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you mentioned you found clothing in the vehicle.
I did.
All right. And you took pictures.
Yes, sir.
You didn't say you smelled bleach or any strong odor either, did you?
I did not.
All right. And you took pictures, and then after that, you asked David Swift if you could go to his house?
I don't remember if I asked him if I could go to his house. I believe I just showed up after he'd already went home to ask him a few other questions.
Okay.
And that's when I ended up at his house.
Were there other law enforcement there while you were there?
No, it was just me.
Okay. And you knocked on the door and he let you come in?
Yes.
All right. You asked to talk to him and he said yes?
Yes.
All right. He showed you back there. You asked about things and he answered your questions?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask to search his house?
No.
All right. You didn't say, hey, let's go in every room and look around or anything?
I did not.
All right, because you're just there to ask him questions, and he's answering your questions.
Correct.
And he let you in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he took you into his house in different rooms.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you ask him whatever you're going to ask him, and you could have said, hey, can I walk around the house upstairs and downstairs?
I could have, yes, sir.
Right. And he was there.
Yeah, he was there.
All right. And you didn't ask to, and at that time you didn't deem it necessary to do that, did you?
I didn't believe I did at that time.
All right. And you left?
Yes, sir.
Before you left, that's all the involvement you had on October the 30th?
Yes, sir.
For this case?
Correct.
Okay. Was the Swift vehicle, Karen Swift's vehicle, facing north before Harness Road on the east side of the road?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. Now, the prosecutor asked you a question about the seat being back.
Yes, sir.
All right. In your original report in 2011 on that day, you did mention that, did you?
I did not.
All right. And you added that just a few months ago, didn't you?
Added what?
That the seat was back.
I didn't add that. I was asked if I had to move the seat, and I did not have to move the seat.
All right. But you don't know where it had originally been positioned, do you, before you got in there?
I know when I got in the seat, I did not have to move it.
All right. But you had left.
I did leave.
And when you first arrived on the scene, you don't know who had been in the car.
I don't know what position it was before I entered it.
Right. And whether
except for what it was at when I entered it.
Right. And whether somebody else had moved it back or not.
If they did, I don't know.
Because you were gone for other calls.
Yes.
Okay. And before, when you first arrived, you don't know who had gone in the car before that.
Correct.
Okay. Now, but this thing about the seat being back, you were asked that question just a few months ago by the prosecutor. And that's when that was revealed.
I'm sorry, repeat that again. I couldn't
The thing
hear you.
about the seat being pulled back.
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you discussed with the prosecutor just a couple months ago?
I was asked that question by the prosecution a couple weeks ago, yes.
Okay. All right. But you didn't put that in your report or state that in your report?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, you had been dispatched to that area before October the 7th of 2011, hadn't you? On the thing about the dog.
I believe when I was originally dispatched to the animal care hospital on St. John, if I'm not mistaken, because they were already there with the dog at the vet.
You're talking about the Swifts?
Correct.
David and Karen?
I don't remember if David was there or not. I remember Karen and one of her sons being there.
Okay.
David may have been there, but I don't recall him being there.
It was before the car incident?
It was before the car incident, correct.
And you did an incident report about it?
The dog, yes, sir.
All right. And if it's dated October, do you have a copy of that with you?
I do not, no, sir.
Can I approach Judge?
Trying out a few different
just pass that to you to refresh your memory.
versions of the
Read it
clock.
when you're through. Look up. I'm mainly just interested in the date.
Put a grandfather clock. Grandfather clock would be better, huh? Give me a minute. Let me get the spacing right, and then I'll change the image.
Will you pass that back to me, please? Does that refresh your memory about that incident?
Roughly.
Okay. Was that October the 7th of 2011?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was that about the Swift dog?
It was.
And it was about poisoning?
Correct.
All right. And was it also about Mr. Hogshooter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Which is a neighbor that lived down or across from him?
Yes.
Okay. And you responded to that call?
I did.
All right. Did you go out to the scene and talk to any other witnesses?
I know I went out there eventually to look at Hogshooter's place, and there was a bowl of some blue something that we believe the dog got into because it was around the dog's mouth, from what I was told.
All right. Did you eventually go to court on that?
I did not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, I want to be clear on this. When you went out to the vehicle the first time, were you able to get in the vehicle?
No, I was not.
Was anybody at the scene able to get in the vehicle?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. When you went back the second time, was anybody able to get in the vehicle?
I was able to get in the vehicle.
And how were you provided access to enter the vehicle?
I believe Mr. Swift handed me the spare key.
That's all I have to think.
When you came the first time, did you ask to get in the vehicle?
Lots of back and forth.
I did not. Not that I'm aware of.
Anything else? You can step down. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
How did Mr. Hogshooter get dragged into this? Apparently he tried to poison a dog.
Mr. Taylor, can you raise and hold witness?
Not today, but I would ask the subject to recall on Monday.
Officer, you're subject to recall on Monday, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Recall on Monday.
What was the first name, Mr. Box?
Heath, H-E-A-T-H.
Gotcha. Thank you. While we're waiting on Mr. Walker, will you and Mr. Taylor come up for the...
Uh-oh, here comes the sound again. All right, it's quiet here. Why did the witness leave? That was fast. He was done. The back and forth was over. Subject to recall on Monday.
Come on around. Good morning to you.
Tell me, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies.
Sir, you're Heath Walker?
Yes, sir.
And what is your profession, sir?
Retired officer.
Police officer?
That's the intro.
Yes,
Okay. And where were you employed on October 30th, 2011?
Dyer County Sheriff Foreman.
Did you have a rank or a title that?
I was sergeant of second shift.
Okay. Did you have the occasion on that day to be dispatched to the intersection of Millsfield Highway and Harness Road?
Deputy Alexander was dispatched. I was sitting in dispatch when the second call of the missing person come in, so I went to the scene in case he needed anything.
Okay, when you say second call, who made the first call, if you know?
The first call was received a dispatch from the Bill and Kathy Bona.
Okay, and you said the second call. Who made the second call, if you know?
Dispatch received a call from David Swift.
Okay, and did you in fact respond to the scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and what did you find at the scene?
What did I find?
What did you encounter when you arrived?
I pulled up directly behind Deputy Alexander and the bonus, which was parked to the south of where the Miss Swift's vehicle was parked.
Okay, and as the shift sergeant, what were your duties when you responded to the scene like that?
To start gathering information and try to find out if there was anything, the next step that we needed to go for the missing person.
Okay, and tell us what those steps were that you followed.
I spoke with the bonus briefly. I spoke with Deputy Alexander. I believe Mr. Swift arrived. I spoke with him. and that proceeded then to ask him about maybe going to his house and looking around to see if I could detect anything out of the ordinary there.
Before you did that, did you call any of your superiors or higher-ups in the sheriff's office?
I did. After speaking with the bonus, I felt that I needed to let the investigators know that I had a gut feeling we needed to proceed.
Object. Gut feeling. Had a gut feeling. I object. Wow, that was loud. We had a gut feeling that we needed to proceed. Love this witness. He has no idea what's going on. Might be his first court case. I'm just saying. Can you do anything about the floaty heart? Yes, I can. Daybell, I will get rid of the floaty heart. I have to do it manually every time. And it is gone.
When you were there, did you get in the car at all?
Did I?
Did you get in the Murano?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you arrange to have anything done with the Murano?
After speaking with Investigator McCray, we come to the conclusion we needed to have the vehicle towed to possibly protect any kind of evidence that could be saved.
Okay. And who was Investigator McCray to you at that time?
Who was he to me?
To you, yeah, in relation to the chain of command at the sheriff's
He was the senior investigator, Chief McCray.
Okay. While you were there, did you have the occasion to ask the defendant any questions?
Did I ask him any questions?
Yes.
I asked him about going to the house, and we did that. And at the house, spoke with him. As I walked through the house, he walked with me. I noticed that he had some type of, I don't know if it's reserve or auxiliary type uniform of a police officer. I did notice that hanging in the laundry room.
Did he talk to you about being a reserve officer?
After my second trip there with Sergeant Petrie, we did talk about his time as a reserve or auxiliary, and yeah.
Okay. When you were investigating a missing persons case, do you try and obtain cell phone information about the missing person?
Yes, sir.
Did you do so in this case?
I did so. I spoke with Mr. Swift about Karen Swift's cell phone, and was able to obtain the number. I had dispatch contact Verizon and fax in the proper paperwork to have her cell phone pinged in an attempt to get a location possibly of where the phone was last used.
We faxed Verizon.
Were you successful in that?
Sorry?
Were you successful in that attempt to locate her?
We did get the ping, but it was an old ping that ended up not being relevant at the time.
We got
okay, were you able to determine at your time on the scene whether or not Ms. Swift had more than one phone?
I was, and I had been notified that she had a second phone, which was also pinged, that was given to her by Bill and Kathy Bona.
Did you ask the defendant about Ms. Swift and the second phone?
Not directly for that phone, but I asked her if she had any other type of cellular device as far as that he knew of that I would be able to have pinged, and he told me not that he knew of, that she didn't have anything but their family plan phone.
Okay. And you said you went into the home, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anyone with you when you went into the home with him?
Just myself and him.
Okay. And how did you enter the home that day?
Through the garage.
Okay. Did he tell you when the last time he had seen his wife was?
He advised me that, Mr. Swift advised me that the last time he had seen her spoke with her was approximately 2 o'clock in the morning. He knew that she had come in with her daughter because the daughter was staying with a friend and was ill and needed to come home. And
get this man some Tums.
That Miss Swift come in with her about 2 o'clock in the morning after getting her from a residence in Rowan.
Did he state whether or not he was able to see her that night?
I did. I specifically asked him that, and he said he did not see her, but when he heard her when she come in, and they talked, he was at the top of the stairs of a 2-story house, which was his bedroom, and Miss Swift come in, was in the downstairs, and he spoke with her from the top of the stairs, but didn't actually see her.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary of the defendant's demeanor while you were asking him questions?
When myself and Sergeant Petrie was talking to him after my second trip there, I noticed that he would, every time we would ask questions about Miss Swift, he would look at the ground. He wouldn't look me in the eye. He would just look at the ground, and then we would start talking about his experiences and what have you with the auxiliary and reserve, and he would look me dead in the eye, just wide-eyed, and like he was enjoying that conversation. But I would start back talking about or asking questions about Miss Swift, and he'd look back at the ground. He wouldn't look me in the eye again.
Object speculation. Asked that this
He's
is
able
disregarded.
to testify to his personal observations, Your Honor.
I agree. I'm not going to give him a limiting instruction.
Judge allows it.
Okay. So, Sergeant Walker, when you left the house that evening and you'd had the vehicle towed, was that the end of your involvement in this case?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear for the call.
After you left Mr. Swift's home that evening for the final time and you had the vehicle towed to the law enforcement center, was that the end of your involvement in this case?
It was not. I continued with the next day with the search part, which I don't remember the exact timeline, but I was in with the search part the day the cell phones were recovered. And I'm sure I had talked to Mr. Swift in between. He lived about a mile from where I lived, so I didn't know him at the time, but it was my community, so I felt like I needed to do what I could do. But I did speak with him more.
Was anyone inside the vehicle while you were on the scene up on Millsfield and Harness?
While I was there was nobody in the vehicle.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Public defender up on cross. Here we go.
Officer Walker, at the time, how long were you with the Dyer County Sheriff's Department?
At that time, yes, sir.
All right. And you had been with them for how long?
I started January 19th, I believe, 2001, as a correctional officer.
All right. And so you had basically 10 years experience with that Sheriff's Department at that time?
I was a certified officer April 2003 is when I was actually a certified officer.
So it was just a little less than 10 years?
Close to it, yes, sir.
All right. And you received a call and went out to where Karen Swift's vehicle was located?
I didn't receive a call. I was sitting in dispatch when the second call come in from Mr. Swift. That's where I was sitting. So with it being two different calls, I thought I needed to go to because Deputy Alexander was already on the scene.
And I guess before you arrived, you don't have any knowledge about who went in the car or not?
No, sir, I do not. I do not.
And when you arrived, the other officer was there?
Deputy Alexander?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you stay at the car and then leave at some point?
Deputy Alexander stayed on the scene the whole time until the car was taken by the tow truck driver. He waited on the tow truck. He waited on the tow truck driver.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand because I want to be clear. So Alexander was there when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
All right. David Swift was there when you arrived?
I believe he showed up.
Okay.
Right after I did.
All right. And when you saw David for the first time that day?
Yes, sir.
You observed him?
Yes, sir.
You talked to him?
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary about his appearance as far as scratches, marks, or cuts, did you?
I did not.
All right. And you're a trained officer. You look for those things, don't you?
I would call myself very observant.
All right. And you also noticed, did he have crutches or have an injury to his leg?
Crutches.
Okay.
He was on crutches.
All right. And you're saying Alexander was there, and then you left before Alexander did?
Yes, sir. Me and Mr. Swift left and went back to his house and left. The bonus were still there, and Deputy Alexander was still there, and the car was still there when I left.
All right. And so you didn't stay there, and Alexander left when you got there?
Sorry.
When you got there, Alexander and the others were at the car scene?
Yes.
All right. And you left before Alexander left?
Yes, sir.
All right. You believe Alexander stayed?
Do I believe what?
You left and Alexander was still at the car?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
And so he didn't leave after you got there, Alexander?
Not that I know of. I had left and went to his house, Swift's house.
And then you pretty quickly asked Mr. Swift to go to his house?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he said yes?
And he what?
He agreed?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you drive over and he drives over in his vehicle?
Right.
And you asked to look in the house?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you walk in through the garage?
We walked through the garage into the house, yes, sir.
And when you're walking through the garage, you don't see anything out of the ordinary, do you?
I actually looked around the garage after I exited in the residence, but no, I did not see anything at that time.
So you actually walked around the garage and looked at it when you first went out there with Mr. Swift?
I looked but did not search, yes, sir.
All right. You looked and you didn't see anything out of the ordinary?
No, sir.
All right. You didn't see any blood or issues like that or the smell of strong bleach, did you?
I did not.
All right. And if you had, you would have written that in a report, wouldn't you? If you had noticed some of that things, you would have alerted law enforcement about that.
Yeah, I did not detect anything that was noteworthy at that time.
All right. And so then you went into, did you go into every room of the house?
No, sir. I know I never went upstairs. I never went upstairs at all.
Well, you asked David Swift to look around, and he let you look around wherever you wanted to, didn't you?
He followed me, yes, sir.
Right.
Took me to each room, telling me which room was what.
Okay. And if you wanted to look at any certain place, you just had to ask him, didn't you?
He did not deny anything. He did not deny me access to anything, no,
right.
sir.
And you looked at whatever you wanted to look at?
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't see any scenes of blood or a struggle, did you?
I did not see anything out of the ordinary.
All right. And then you're at the house for a while after that, aren't you? Talking to him?
Not for a while, but yes. After speaking with him, after looking through the garage, I left the Swift's house and went back to jail to do the paperwork for the cell phone pings.
All right. Let me make sure I understand.
Okay.
The cell phone pings, did they ping to a certain location?
The pings that we got pinged around the Mississippi, somewhere around the Mississippi River.
Okay. And this is Mrs. Swift's phone?
Miss Swift phone? Yes.
Yeah. That's what you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you came back to the Swift house on October the 30th, that same day?
That same day, yes.
All right. Were other officers there when you came?
That's when me and Sergeant Petrie went back and spoke with Mr. Swift.
All right. Did y'all walk around the house again?
I believe we did, because I remember seeing a burn pile back behind the house where they had looked like burned garbage and stuff.
Okay. But nothing out of the ordinary?
Nothing.
All right. And you and the other officer came back again and walked through the house?
We did not that day. After that, we mostly stood out front in the garage. Myself and Deputy Petrie stood out front of the garage talking.
All right. And David Swift was there?
That's who I was talking to, yes,
right. Sir. Next to the garage?
Standing right outside the garage door.
And did other officers come while you're there?
Nobody else came while myself and Petrie were there, no, sir.
All right. And did you all go back and look around outside and the area down from the house on October the 30th? You and the other officers?
As in which area? I mean, we looked around.
Outside of the yard or any other place?
We did walk through around the yard. Yes, that's how I noticed the burn pile.
Right. But nothing out of the
Amazing
ordinary.
memory for 13 years ago.
All right. And you asked as many questions as you wanted at that time of Mr. Swift?
Yes, sir.
And he answered your questions?
Yes, sir.
He completely cooperated?
He did.
All right. And then y'all left that day?
You left? I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay.
Myself and Sergeant Petrie left.
And the day after or the days after that, did you personally go back to the house?
I had been, yeah, I'm sure I did, because we had walked around the yard before. With his consent, we had walked around the yard before. I mean, I spoke with him, but it wasn't nothing I documented.
You went back out
we
there?
were just still following up on leads and trying to get anything to try to help find her.
Okay. And he was answering your questions and cooperating?
He was.
All right. Just 1 second.
Thank you, sir. Redirect.
He was familiar with that Mississippi River area where the alleged phone ping was located.
Did you ask?
Did you ask?
Did I ask? I'm sorry. I did. I asked him about the Mississippi River. He said I only cross it. He said we don't go there. He said I only cross it when I go to work. He said we have rode four-wheelers down there once, I believe is what he said. That's the only time they had ever been there.
Okay. That's it.
Sir, you can step down. Mr. Box, you releasing Mr. Walker?
I am releasing you, Governor.
Mr. Taylor?
I'll release you.
All right.
Release.
Sir, you're free to go. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there was a change of venue for this trial. It took about 50 miles away from the county this happened in. So we are in.
You're going to need video for this next witness.
We're in Dresden, Tennessee
why
now.
don't we go ahead and take about a 10-minute break there, and that'll give you a chance to get that set up. All right, let's do that. All right.
Yeah, they're going to take a break. We're going to try to catch up because we're just a few minutes behind them. So give me just a second here to see where we can go. We're really, really close. And unfortunately, it's going to slow down a lot once we catch up. I think we're only 20 minutes behind right now. So yeah, change of venue. Holy cow, long break. We're about 15 minutes behind now. Why did that jump? All right. Thank you, Bite Me, for gifting the membership as well. Thank you. Thal, good to see you here. Right, so I said we were in, let's go back here. There we go. We are in Dresden, Tennessee, which is either Weakley or Wheatley County. I'm not sure through the accent. I'll have to look it up. But it happened in Dreyer County 13 years ago. Reported missing in 2011. Hunters found her body 2 months later near a cemetery. This is a murder one trial, but maximum punishment is life in prison without parole. So no death penalty in this case.
Is there anything else we need to do before we bring the jury in?
Judge, can we approach again?
Yeah, hang on just one second.
The counter we have here, we set Once Upon a Time in the corner. Because this happened so long ago, we anticipate many of the witnesses and the attorneys and the judge making references to how long ago this happened. So anytime there's a reference because that has to do with, I don't recall because it's been so long, or that was 13 years ago, or how old were you way back when, that sort of thing. We're going to count those references. So we're going to be quite flexible on what qualifies. If you keep me honest on this one, we're going to try to keep the counter as good as possible. But if you hear something that should count as a Once Upon a Time counter in a galaxy far away, let us know. The trial's going to last about 2 weeks. I think a little less than, because they're already way ahead of schedule. But they're running quickly. Hey, what's up? Will be a swift trial. Memories are also flexible. Court is in Weakley County. Thank you. Weakley. I spelled it with 2 E's, and I knew that was wrong. But Weakley County, 50 miles from Dreyer County. Yes, Thal popped in. We see you there, Thal. I'm going to turn the sound off for just a minute while they're. The audio is not the best, but the video is great. We get great pictures, high quality, multiple angles. Very different, especially accent-wise, very different from the Karen Reed trial. So I apologize to our viewers from across the pond internationally. It's another tough one to listen to for you guys. This is not a retrial. This is the first trial, which is just crazy. Let's see. Check the burner. I'm looking at the burner. Just one second. What evidence did they come up with to file these charges? very little physical evidence, a lot of circumstantial evidence. And I think what we heard a hint of in the opening statements was basically that, I know this is Pickles, not politics, but a political office was coming up for a re-election. I think it was a sheriff, which is a political office. And it was sort of brought up as why have you guys not done anything about this? So there was some political pressure or some community pressure brought about, and there was a refocus on this case, and here we are. So it's not going to be a slam shut case, I don't think. I think it'll be lots of the ground is wet evidence, and you have to determine if it rained. Tisha S., member for 7 months, said, I'm so glad at KR's on break. I've missed your voice and the chat here. Welcome back. It's fun to do live trials. Once Karen Reed's done, we'll be back to the live stuff. Has been in custody this whole time? No, he's been out on a $200,000 bond, but I don't know when he was arrested. I don't think he was arrested initially and then just out on bond for that long. So it's probably a recent arrest. Just waiting for the mics to come back on. Did they lose the file? Yeah. Slid down behind the desk. Okay. We need audio. I mean, I'm not a picky guy, but so they do things differently in Tennessee. And apparently, letting people hear what happens in court is not one of them.
Yes, sir. Were you on duty on that Sunday, October 30th? No, I was not on duty on that Sunday. Okay, what were you doing that day, if you recall? I was visiting with a sick pastor in Memphis. Okay, but while you were in Memphis, did you receive any calls relating to your position as chief investigator? Yes, sir, I did. Okay, you recall the nature of that call and who made it? Sergeant Heath Walker had called me. Okay, and what did he call you about, sir? He had called me and informed me that we had a missing missing mother in Dyer County. Did he relate any more information? He related that she was missing. There was a divorce had been filed to that nature. Okay, what if anything what if any directions did you give Sergeant Walker on how to handle the case at that time? He had told me the car was found on Millsville Highway at Harness Road. It was there with a flat tire. I told him to photograph the car, secure the car for evidentiary purpose. Okay. Did you tell him to do anything else with the car? I asked him to, once the car was secured, tow it to the sheriff's office so it could be transported to the crime lab. Okay. You mentioned Harness Road and Millsville Highway. That's in Dyer County, Tennessee, correct? Yes, sir, that is. Okay. Do you know why Sergeant Walker is retired? Yes, sir. Can you tell us? He had a stroke. Okay. Thank you. Did you learn who made that missing person call to dispatch that day? Sergeant Walker told me that Mr. Bill and Kathy Boner had made that initial call. Okay, were there any other calls to report? Yes. Okay, do you know who made that call? He told me the second call came from Mr. Swift. Okay, did you know either David or Karen Swift prior to that day? No, sir, I did not. Okay, did you notify Sheriff Fox of the situation that day? Yes, we spoke. Okay. So let's move forward next Monday morning. Are you back in Dyersburg? Yes, sir. Okay. Did you have a priority? Was there any, let's just say, where on your list was the Karen Swift missing person? Immediately when I arrived at work, I gathered investigators together so we could start trying to reach out and find out what happened. Was it a priority for you that morning? Yes, we made that our priority. Okay, do you recall who was at that meeting that morning? Lieutenant Calvin Johnson, Investigator Gregory, Investigator Barden, Sheriff Box. Okay. Now, our Rick Gregory, you said Investigator Gregory, is that Rick Gregory? Yes, sir. Okay. Is he going to testify at this trial? No, sir. He's very ill. Okay. And you mentioned Lieutenant Calvin Johnson. Is he going to testify at this trial? No, sir. He's deceased. Okay. So when y'all are all meeting together, is there some sort of protocol that police departments follow with missing person cases? Yes. We start contacting family members, friends, checking for phone records, cell phone numbers, and things of that nature. Okay, was that done in this case? Yes, sir. Okay, were you able to obtain any personal information about Karen Swift? After the investigator spoke, we realized that there was a divorce that had been filed, and that she had went to a party the night before at the country club in Dyersburg, Halloween party. And you said that a divorce had been filed. Were you able to determine whether or not she had moved out of the family home?
No, she was still living in the home.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether the parties had any children?
Yes. They had 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys.
Okay. You said that in your investigation you had determined that Ms. Swift had been to a party the evening before.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was that?
It was at the Farms and Country Club there in Dyersburg.
Okay. Did you try to interview any of the people who attended that party?
We did. We obtained a list of those individuals, and they were interviewed.
Okay. Were you able to discover any relevant information about the disappearance from those witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you able to determine if Ms. Swift had gone to that party with anyone?
Yes, sir.
And what did you determine?
We determined that she went to the party with Bill and Kathy Bona.
Okay. Were you familiar with the Bonas prior to that?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. Did you determine, or were you able to interview anyone who saw her at the party?
They were interviewed, not personally by me.
Okay. Was any relevant information to your knowledge obtained from those interviews?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you learn what Ms. Swift did after the party?
That she had left the party with Bill and Kathy Bona and went back to the Bona's residence.
Okay. Did she spend the night there?
No. She had received a call from her daughter saying her daughter was ill, so she immediately left to go pick her daughter up.
Okay. Do you know where they went from there?
Once she picked her daughter up at a friend's house, she immediately came home.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because of her phone records.
Okay. What happened to Karen's Murano that the officers found on Millsfield that day?
It was towed to the TBI crime lab.
Okay. Was it? You know how it got to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, a local towing service took it, and it was. We had a Deputy Fisher to trail that vehicle to the crime lab.
Okay. Was it processed, to your knowledge, in Nashville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To your knowledge, what type of processing does the TBI do?
We had requested that, if there was to locate any blood stains or any usable evidence in that vehicle.
To your knowledge, was there any relevant evidence obtained by the TBI in the vehicle?
No, there was not.
Okay. You've been in court when we talked about her tire was flat. Did you have anything special done with the tire to have it examined by someone other than the TBI?
Yes, sir. Later, we sent it to a special lab. The examiner was Mr. Gary Bolden.
Okay. Do you recall where that is?
It's in Ohio.
Do you know how the tire got there?
Yes, sir. Investigator Gregory personally took it there.
Okay. And do you know how it got back?
Yes, it came back by FedEx.
They FedExed a tire. Bet that's cheap.
Do you recognize the document that's been handed to you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
It's a receipt receiving the tire by Investigator Gregory.
And do you recognize Investigator Gregory's handwriting on that receipt?
Yes, I do.
Okay. State would like to move that as next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll mark that. I believe that's number 2.
Regarding the tire, did you ever receive a request from anyone associated with the defense to examine the tire?
No, sir, I did not.
And to your knowledge, where's the tire today?
It's in our evidence at the Dark County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Did you investigate phone numbers that were associated with Miss Karen Swift?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you determine?
We issue documentation to Verizon to obtain the sale records.
Okay. And did you determine how many phones Miss Swift had?
Yes.
Can you tell us how many?
There were 2 phones.
Okay. Do you determine the origin of those phones?
One of the phones were on Mr. Swift's family plan, and one was a phone that Bill and Kathy Bona had given her.
Okay. Do you remember any of the characteristics of either phone, or do you recall the number of either phone?
One of the phones that the Bonas had gave her was I believe the name was a Voyager phone.
Okay. And do you recall the make and model, so to speak, of the phone on Mr. Swift's plan?
I knew it was a Verizon. I'm not sure the exact make and model.
Okay. Did you contact the cellular providers?
Yes, we did. We submitted documentation.
Okay, and how do you do that?
By issuing a judicial subpoena to obtain phone records.
Okay, and did you do that in this case?
Yes, that was done.
Did you receive a response?
Yes.
Okay, did you bring those records with you today?
Yes.
Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, pursuant to our prior 90211 notice, we moved phone records into evidence.
The witness holds up a thumb drive. It's like, let's move it into evidence. You got it.
Yeah.
The witness brings the evidence. This is interesting.
All right, that'll be marked as Exhibit 3.
They have great memories. I think they've gone over this.
Were the Karen Swift's phones ever found?
Yes.
Okay. How were they found?
They were found with the search party we had with THP, Tennessee Highway Patrol, and their cadets.
Okay, where were the phones found?
Her phones were found approximately about 500 to 600 feet from the drive of the Swift home.
Were they on the road?
No, they were in a wooded area about 170 feet.
Okay, do you recall who found the phones?
I believe it was Trooper Jason Page.
Okay, and were you notified of that at the time?
Yes, I was there at the time.
Okay.
There is some news about this defendant and his current wife, or his second wife, I should say.
Yeah. You've seen these.
Just charges at this point, right? Or allegations. Allie B from Tennessee. We're in your neck of the woods. Thank you for 12 months of support, Allie.
Investigator McCray, I had the bailiff hand you some photographs. Do you recognize them?
Yes, sir.
And what are those photographs of?
Those photographs of the cell phones that I found along with Trooper Page.
Okay. Now, do you recall who took those photos?
2 weeks.
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Investigator Barton.
Okay. There's a gloved hand in one of the photos. Do you recognize that hand?
Yes, that's my hand.
Okay. So you were the one who recovered the phones.
That's correct.
That day. Okay. I believe we're publishing them to the jury. State would move. Are those pictures a true and accurate representation of the phones as you discovered them that day?
Yes, sir.
The state would move to enter the photos as the next state's collective exhibit and ask them to be published to the jury. That's a different one.
Mr. Taylor, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Right, so by publish to the jury, they mean show and tell, pass around. So we do have some moments of delay where the jurors are literally handing around all the pictures. I wonder what will happen when the tire comes in if they get to roll it around.
You want to pass those to the jury now? Okay. Let's take a minute and let them look through them.
Okay, we have some interesting last names in this trial. Hog Shooter. From what I've heard, the Hog Shooter family may be somebody that the defense wants to point the finger at as a possible
but that is number 4, right, Helen?
third-party culprit, because there may have been a dog poisoning incident where the Hog Shooters tried to poison
number 3.
the Swift's dogs.
The thumb drive is number 3. Okay.
And then you've got the boners,
So it's not just me then,
who throw hot tub parties.
Thank you. I do feel better.
Where apparently something inappropriate was going on over there. We'll probably hear more about that. No, I'm not making these up. These are the names. Hog Shooter and Boner are the... it's like the Hatfield and McCoys, only different. Oh, the Bonas? I might have heard wrong. I'm sorry. Hopefully I heard wrong. This guy put an R on the end. That's the literal last name, the legal name. That's a close-up of the defendant. Let's see how close we can get before he notices. Uh-oh, he can tell. Yeah, that's an extreme close-up. It's the Bonas. Oh, the Bonas. It's a soft R, I guess. This is one of those uncomfortable moments where he might turn and suddenly make eye contact with us and we all look away because we feel we're just a little too close.
Okay, Investigator, what did you do with the phones after they were recovered?
They were sealed and packaged as evidence and placed in evidence.
And after they were placed in evidence, were they sent anywhere for analysis?
Yes, they were sent to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
Okay, did you ever have the occasion to show another law enforcement officer where the phones had been discovered?
Beg pardon?
Did you have the occasion to show another law enforcement officer where you discovered the phones?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was Trooper Goshley.
Okay, and describe Trooper Goshley and what his position is.
He is with the CERT team, the special response team that we got to come and do the mapping from the phone and where the body was located.
Okay, so now at that time the body had not been located.
That's correct.
What day, do you recall the day they were recovered?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Was it early on or was it later on?
The phones?
In the investigation?
Early on in the investigation.
Okay.
I can't stop looking
sorry,
at the
I missed you when you said,
tie.
did Trooper Goshley, after you had showed him where the phones were, did he come back to Dyer County?
Yes, he did.
And what was the purpose for that?
It was to show him where the body was located, had been found.
And you showed him that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever ask the defendant to give a more formal statement than he had given to Sergeant Walker?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that.
We spoke with him, Investigator Johnson and Investigator Gregory. We asked him to come in to give a more formal interview.
Okay, did he agree to that?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and did you video record that statement?
Yes.
Okay, did you bring it with you?
Yes.
Okay, you know which?
Greeners, I can't even highlight that one.
Okay. Have you had a chance to look at it?
Yes, sir.
And is that a true and accurate, well, to your knowledge, is that a complete recording of what was reported that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. State would ask to play the recording. Defendant's objections noted to the recording. Okay. Just hand it back to him. And I'm just asking you, Investigator McCright, to make sure that when the interview comes on the TV screen that it's the same interview that we're referring to, the one that was conducted by Gregory and John.
Sure.
This is going to be 4:3 ratio. I don't think widescreen was invented yet. Press play on the Betamax.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's square. It's full on square. Please have good audio, please. Is that too much to ask?
You have a seat right over there.
Well, it was Easter morning. I had to have knee surgery. I had to have a total quadricep and patella tendon ruptured. I was at my daughter's soccer game, and had to be taken by ambulance and had to have surgery the next morning. And about a week ago, it's been giving me a lot of problems. I haven't been able to, stay here and stuff like that because I had to pull sutures and drill holes in the kneecap. It's restricted, but about a week ago, I was at work and turned wrong, and so I had an appointment today with another specialist to get a second opinion. But almost all this
That's my name, Rick Gregory. What's your name, Dave?
Glenn, Jelly again.
Just one again.
Good morning, Sharon. From Oregon.
1968.
Sorry.
Social.
I'm not going to play that part. Social security number.
Cell phone.
870-7.
867-5309.
8707.
Yep.
77. Yes. Okay. What area code is that?
It's Arkansas. That's my company phone, my library.
Where do you work at?
Tenaris. Used to be Maverick 2.
What do they do there?
We make a pipeline for oil and natural gas.
Okay. Can you spell that?
Tenaris.
Okay. Just like it sounds.
Yeah.
Spell it again.
Tenaris.
Tenaris.
Yes. Yeah, it's an Argentine company.
Who owns the company?
Well, it's Polo Rocco is the CEO and president. It's been his family for years, and we have globally 277,000 employees, I believe. Over there, they're the largest employer in Mississippi County. We have about 1,100.
1,100.
3.5 years.
3.5 years.
In January, it'll be 4 years.
Is that the only cell phone number that you have?
Yeah.
You got a home phone?
No, yeah.
Didn't have all.
No, but we got 5 other lines that, that she's had and the kids have had. And,
are all them accounted for?
Yeah, they're all accounted for.
Let me have them just.
Well, I can tell you I know them all by memory. I know, of course, Karen's. You've got her cell number. He did 731.
He's giving out a bunch of phone numbers. Obviously, this is the victim's cell number. It's probably changed, but I'm going to mute all these just in case somebody still has this number.
Well, yes, I'm finding out that she's got other phones, but that's the one that we've had, that she's had on the Verizon account that I pay for.
Right.
And,
any other ones that you know of?
That she has, that she would have? Well, I found out yesterday that Bill and Kathy Bono had given her another cell phone. She'd been using it for,
any idea what that number is?
I suspected because she'd been known in the past to have multiple phones, prepaid phones and stuff like that. And about a year and a half ago, she had one that I had found and questioned her about it. And I confronted Jamie Gurin about that yesterday because she'd been calling him a lot. And she told me that he gave her the phone, and he lives in Lake County. But he said that they just talked, that they weren't meant to be involved or anything like that.
What's his name?
Jamie Gurin, Gurin or EN or.
Top Mark Media is going to have the verdict over there.
He's the father-in-law to the girl across the road when we first moved over there, and that's when Karen really started changing and doing all kinds of stuff and drinking but it was her father-in-law that came over there all the time. They became friends.
Okay. So, David, we got to go through this part here, okay? It's just policy and procedure for us. I'm going to read these off to you, and as I read them, as you understand them, if you would just put your initial out there at the side. Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. That's what initial, if you understand that, put your initial there. Initial. There we go. You have the right to remain silent.
You'll just lick
Anything
the pen.
you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and have him with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questions if you wish one. If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. The final paragraph is, I have read the statement of my rights and understand what my rights are. I am willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. You understand that? Okay. Sign there. DCSO, the Dare County Sheriff's Office. And it's 11:15. Close enough.
I'm willing to do whatever I can to try to help and find her. I just want her home safely.
All right, let's go back to Saturday morning and just start from there. How the day went?
Well, Saturday morning, she had actually Friday night we had even at our house we had a hayride and stuff for the kids, and even though all this, Friday night. So I got to get you to Saturday morning, and I mean even under the circumstances, we've been still trying to be there, for the kids and still communicating, and so she actually had a girl that spent the night Friday night, and Reagan Wheeler, I believe. Reagan.
Your daughter had?
Yeah, my daughter had a girl after the hayride, so she had a girl that stayed Friday night, and then so Saturday morning I got up because Karen had a house to go clean over in Trimble, and so I got up and took the girls to skate. Took my 2 daughters, Ashley and Keely and Reagan, and then I stayed there with them. We got there about 9:45 probably, and stayed there until 12, and then Ashley wanted to spend the night with Reagan, and so I said, well, that'd be okay. So Ashley went home with Reagan, and Keely and I came back home. We went to get something to eat or something. We came back home, and then we went over to Trimble where Cameron's cleaning that house, and took her something to drink, and I even did what I could around there to help with the light fixtures or whatever, because she was Habitat for Humanity. And
who does she work for somebody in this house cleaning?
No, she just started. Mary Claire Hopper wanted her to clean it. She hadn't worked in years, but since all this, she's wanted to get some jobs and work, and she's just recently started doing the YMCA and doing some training there. So, and then Kathy and Bill pay her to come on Mondays to clean their house and pick up their kids, and she usually stays there till 8:30, and from like 12:30 or 1 until 8:30, and then she does landscape for them and stuff. And
But let's back up for a second. Where's his house in Trimble?
It was 203 Walnut Street, Trimble. And actually, there was she was a little bit concerned because there was a trailer next door to it a little ways, and she said that was the ex-husband before they got evicted from that house. It was a Habitat for Humanity home, but they were only paying like $200 a month, but the house was destroyed. It was on like
her ex-husband?
Who?
Kathy's ex-husband?
No. The people that lived in the house that got evicted, and that's why they was having Karen to clean it, because they're going to sell it, I guess.
Well, this house was empty.
It was empty, yes, but you could see, and I kept noticing the man, kept, looking over and stuff, and Karen said that's the ex-husband of the wife that lived here, and the wife finally got evicted after a year. So anyways, I was a little concerned about that, but we stayed a while, and then Keely and I came home probably about 3 o'clock, and then she got home probably about 4:30, and 4:30 or 5, and she asked me, she said, why don't you take Keely to go see a movie tonight on one of Kathy's?
And this was Friday night?
This was Saturday night. On Saturday night, yeah. And I said, so are you going to a costume party, or what are you doing? Are you all having a party? And she said, no, I'm just going to Kathy's. I said, well, okay. So I asked Keely, if we want to go see a movie. And she did it first, and then we got talking and everything. She'd rather me take her to Walmart and buy her toy or something. So I just wanted to take her so she wouldn't be upset because her mom was going out again. And so we left about 7 o'clock, I guess, 7 p.m. Saturday night. I took her to Walmart, went to Walmart, and went to the mall.
Did you buy anything at Walmart?
Yes. Okay. Where's she? She wanted a toy. Let me see, this was 10:30. I think that was it. We went to the mall, we were at Claire's.
Hey, what all does he have in his pockets?
Yeah. That was the Walmart where I bought Keely.
Walmart receipts. It's got a pocket full of everything.
And then we were in Claire's restaurant. I saw Bill and Kathy's neighbor, Jamie, and she was talking about the situation. And then everything that was going on with Bill and Kathy, she said, if you want to know what's going on, you can in my backyard and you'll see what all's going on.
Okay, explain to me what the situation is. We don't know.
You don't know?
We've heard that about 3 times, I guess. So.
From other people?
No,
you
from me.
Yeah.
You keep kind of hitting on it.
Okay, well, probably Kathy owns Fine Arts Warehouse, Kathy Bona. And she, her and Karen became really close friends. Our daughters went there and danced, and then she was over there, all the time. Karen started, sneaking out of the house, and she would go to be with Kathy and Bill. And I know even this past summer.
Now, when you say go to be with them, what do you mean, go to party with them?
Go party, and I find them naked in the hot tub in the backyard. I found Karen naked in bed with Kathy one night. This was there was once after Kathy's birthday party at the country club, and we all went over to Bill and Kathy's house. And Karen, there were several that just got naked in the hot tub. And anyways, we couldn't find Karen. And Robin Alfred said, where'd Karen go? So she went in the house to go find Karen, but Bill Bono had already gone in there in the house. And so Karen said, Robin said, I'm going to go check on Karen. And Karen was so intoxicated she passed out. She was on the couch, naked. And so we all went in there, and everybody's ready to go, and they had to get her dressed. Well, Robin Alford told me later that she prevented Bill from raping Kathy. Said he was trying to take advantage of her. And said she's the one that put the towels on her and everything. And after that all happened, I tried to pull Karen out of the situation. I said, listen, it's not good to be over there. I said, I see what's going on now. There were school teachers that were over there that was involved, Brian and Shannon and Lee. They were naked in the hot tub, everybody was. And I didn't think anything about it at first. I thought, and I just thought, but then when I realized what was going on, and I tried to pull Karen out of it, and then I caught her over there another time, naked back in the hot tub. And Dustin would come home at night, and I'd say, I need to go check on your mom, because there'd be times that somebody would have to drive Karen home, or I'd have to go get her and drive her home. They call me. And so I was always concerned and worried about her. And so whenever
I was always concerned and worried, I caught her.
She went to the country club with Kathy and Bill, or she told me just Kathy, but I found out later Bill went too. But she had promised me she'd never go get in the hot tub again. That was bad judgment. I even confronted Kathy about it. Okay.
It was the hot tub that was the bad judgment?
Kathy said, I wasn't on that way. We decided not to do that anymore. But anyways, Dustin got home. Matter of fact, I think he might have been over your son or something, but he got home. I said, Dustin, I said, I need to go check on your mom. I said, it's almost 1 o'clock and don't know where she is. Mm-hmm. So I went down the road. I went to Bill and Kathy in their backyard and went around, and I'd heard people in the hot tub and everything, and there's Brian, Shannon, and Lee. It looked like they were engaged in sexual activity. They were totally naked, and Bill was getting out of the hot tub, but I heard Shannon say, where did Karen go? And I thought, oh my God, she promised she'd never do this again. And so I just went inside the door. Bill had already gone inside. I said, Bill, we're inside his door, and I said, Bill, where's Karen? It's 1:30 in the morning. I'm worried about Karen. Oh, she's upstairs talking to Kathy. I just went on upstairs, and I stood there in the doorway, and I heard Karen, and I could see Karen was in bed here, and Kathy was over here. And, they were talking, and I heard Kathy say, well, I think that's Bill coming up here or something back. And Karen said, oh, well, if he wants in bed, or back in bed or something, he can kick me out or whatever. So I finally said, Karen, I said, what are you doing? I said, it's 1:30 in the morning. I'm worried about you. And she said, oh, she's going home. I'll be there in a little bit. I said, why are you in bed with Kathy? I said, what's going on? I said, have you been in the hot tub? She said, no. And then she got upset and started cussing. And so I said, well, get up. I need to talk to you. I need to make sure you're okay. And she said, just leave. I said, I'll be home in a little bit. I'm tired of you always checking up on me, blah, blah, blah. So I went over there to the covers, and I pulled them back, and she was wet. She did have a towel, but she was totally naked. And I asked her, why are you in bed naked with Kathy? And later on, I confronted Kathy about that, too. And there's just a lot of stuff that's been going on that people have told me, off and out.
Confronted Kathy. What was her attitude?
Oh, no, I'm not that way. It was by phone, and that, it was just bad judgment.
You didn't say anything to her that night?
Oh, yeah, she wouldn't say nothing. She was just over there, but, they were all drunk and been drinking, and that's what always happens over there, is to the point of all the partying. Then another time, and I've got dates, when she did this, but Karen snuck out. It wasn't that long ago, 1 month and a half ago.
I've got dates.
Karen was sneaking out of the house again, and she, which I'm upstairs, and even since I worked a third shift, and we haven't slept together in years, the marriage was not bad until recently, until all this happened with Bill and Kathy. And that's whenever I confronted the situation, I got shunned, Robin Alford got shunned, because we confronted what was going on over there. And that's whenever, we got, you're not welcome no more, blah, blah, blah. And Robin confronted them too. And she, they just shunned her, and she didn't want to be friends because she realized what was going on and everything. But going back to, it was about 9:30 one night, and Karen was sneaking out of the door. And I happened to hear the door open. I went downstairs, and when I saw it, I said, Karen, where are you going? She said, I'm going to go ahead and go to Walmart. I said, well, I asked you earlier, we were out of groceries and everything. And she said, I said, you're going to Kathy's, aren't you? No. And she got mad, and she said, fine, you go get the stuff we need at Walmart. I said, okay. And then she got really upset, and said I didn't trust her and all that. I said, Karen, fine. I said, I just wanted to trust you. I said, but if you're going to Walmart, it's fine, whatever. So that was about 9:30, and then Dustin got home about 11. And I told Dustin, I said, if he was there with the girls, I said, Dustin, I said, I need to go check on your mom. I said, make sure everything's okay. So I went to Walmart, and I parked away from her vehicle. I saw her vehicle there, and I went inside, searched everywhere, and couldn't find her. So I thought, I'm going to find out, she's having an affair, whatever's going on. And so I went and sat in the room. And I probably waited an hour, hour and a half, and it was hot. And I kept texting her saying, I didn't go to bed. I got work the next morning. This was like on a Wednesday or Thursday night. Mm-hmm. And I think it was on a Thursday night because I had to go to work. And she said, I'm just enjoying myself in here. She said, it's very peaceful and quiet. Well, a little while later, about a half hour later, here comes Kathy driving up and parks. And I just get out of the vehicle and I tap on the glass and scare, Kathy. And then I go to Karen and I said, where you been? I said, Kathy, why are you taking her around and stuff? I said, if she was going to go to your house, why don't she just go to your house? I said, you all are hiding and covering up something. There's more to this. And which Kathy has a master's degree in psychology, but she has a dance studio. And I think that's been a lot of the stuff that's been missing with Karen's head and stuff. And then with the excessive drinking and partying, but Karen told me no, said Kathy came pick me up and took me to her house. And it just nothing makes sense. And so, there's been times during the day even, I'd come home early from work or something, and Karen would be, she was so drunk once that she was, had passed out on the porch in her own vomit. And Dustin came down and saw that, and he just reminded me that recently. He said, I was there that day. I came down and called her an idiot and went back upstairs. And so when I got there, I took care of the girls, and also Holly Jones was there, a friend of hers that I took care of her boy because she couldn't leave at that time to drive home or anything. And then I found out another time that Jennifer Lamb, that's our next door neighbor, she told me that Robin was over there one day with Karen, and I guess they were drinking, but Karen was drinking so much that Robin was going to have to leave. They were going to have to go somewhere. And it was probably like 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 3 or something. And said, Robin called Jennifer and said, can you come over here? Help me get Karen in bed, get her dressed, get her in bed because she's sick, throwing up. And so Jennifer went over there and they got her undressed, got her in bed. And Karen told the girl she had another virus or something, the same thing she did that one day on the porch incident. And so they got her in bed, and then Jennifer took the girls over to her house and took care of them. So and Karen used to never drink. I mean, she grew up in an abusive, her dad was alcoholic and used to abuse her mom, and she saw that, and she has resentment towards, her parents for not taking her out of the situation, her mom, and also her, dad doing that. But
we got a basic idea now, at least I do.
It's like, we just asked how you doing.
Like, let's get forward to, maybe I might have missed something here, but I'll bring you up to date on it. So this past weekend,
okay,
when you first noticed it,
okay,
she went at home.
Yeah, well, so, I guess it was, she went out, I texted her probably at...
What time do you think she left to go out?
I don't know the time point because I know that Ashley called her and said she didn't want to stay there at Reagan's anymore. Okay. So Karen called me about, and I've got the text and see it when I was out there charging, but it was probably about 1:15, 1:30, said I'm going to get Ayden.
We know it's AM hours in the morning.
Yeah, right. Okay. So she said, I'm going to get Ashley. I'm going to put her in bed with me. I said, okay, I'll leave the door.
Okay. Hold. Which one you got? When she came home with Ashley's your daughter, correct? How was she dressed?
She had jeans on. I think they were like holy jeans and a gray coat.
Okay. Remember what kind of top or anything else underneath the coat?
I didn't see it. I don't know.
Okay. Was there any kind of argument or anything there?
No. I just, it was very brief. I wanted to make sure that Ashley was okay, and that she was okay, because I questioned Karen about driving and getting her. I said, if you can't drive, I won't get Ashley. And that was all the conversation was.
Okay. How close did you get to her? Could you tell whether she'd been drinking?
Oh, yeah, you could tell. I could always tell she was drinking, and that was, but that was it. As soon as I realized that Ashley and they were unsafe, I went back upstairs and went to bed. And then that's all I know until we got up about 10 Saturday morning. At 10, I woke up and I thought Karen was in bed. I thought they were all in bed. And so Ashley and Keely got up probably about 10, and they went in there and she wasn't in bed. And so probably about 10:15, I sent a text. I said, well, I thought maybe she went in town and the girls were hungry. When I said, where you at? I said, you bring the girls breakfast or do I need to fix something? Never got a text back or anything. I waited a while.
This is still Saturday morning. Okay. What number did you text her on?
My phone.
From your phone to what number to her?
To the only number I know of was the 5549.
Okay.
And so, no response. I call it. It goes straight to voice message. I left several messages, and also I kept texting. And then so finally, about 1 a little after 1, I talked to girls and let's go try to find, she's probably at Kathy's or whatever. I was even texting her saying, are you at Kathy's? Or did you go to, I thought maybe she had to go clean the house again at Trimble. And so
this is like 1 in the afternoon now?
Yes.
And still no word from her, no phone calls. Has anybody else called to inquire about her or anything else?
No. Okay. Nobody had, so I just thought she was with Kathy or something. And so I called Jennifer next door, Jennifer Lamb, and because Keely didn't want to go. Keely, my 6-year-old, was kind of a homebody, and of course Ashley was ready to go try to find her mom. She's 9, and we're starting to get worried. And so I called Jennifer and I said, we're going to go look for Karen, but Keely wants to stay here. I said, are you home back from church or whatever? She said, well, isn't that your all's vehicle up there on Millsfield? And I said, I don't know. I said, what are you talking about? She said, well, when I left out of church at 9:30 or so, said I text Karen, said I saw it had a flat. And she said, go on up there and see if that's your vehicle. And so I loaded up the girls, got them, and went up there and sure enough, it was our vehicle. And so immediately I called Kathy and asked Kathy if she'd heard. She said, no, I've been trying to get a hold of her. And I said, well, the vehicle's here on Millsfield and it's got a flat. I said, so you haven't talked to her? I said, do you think you can call Mary Claire? Or we had that conversation, offer to see if she had to go clean that house, but I couldn't figure out, who she would have called, or if she would start walking, or, I don't understand. But I didn't know at the time that she had another phone, but from my understanding, there's no activity on that phone. But so that's all I know up to this point. The only thing I know is Jennifer Lamb at school, when I dropped the girls off, she told me that Kathy called her at 10 o'clock last night and said that there was a ping off of the phone, I guess the 5549, that was around 4 a.m. Saturday morning, and it was around near the Mississippi River. And so I called. She heard that? Yeah, she said from the police. And so I called Kathy. Now, when Jennifer told me that, I called Kathy right before I come down here. And because I saw Kathy coming this way, she was headed somewhere, and so I called her and I said, have you heard anything? And I said, by the way, Jennifer just told me that you had information about one of the cell phones, that there was a ping off of it or something, a message that was received or something at 4 a.m. yesterday morning, and it was around the Mississippi River. I said, where did you hear that? Because I hadn't even heard that. And she said, from the police department. So I don't know if they're working with somebody else or what they're doing, but she's knowing, finding out information that I don't even know anything about. And telling it. And now they got they're passing out missing persons and all that, and which is fine. It's just that I feel that they're trying to make me. I want to go out there. I want to do whatever it takes. And I don't know. And Kathy is questioning Jennifer as the information that she'd given me about what time the vehicle was there and all that. But I don't even know where the. Kathy asked me a while ago this morning, said, well, where would Karen be around the Mississippi River? I said, does she know where to go? Or I don't even know where the Mississippi River is, other than, when I drive across the bridge every day to Blytheville. I don't know where it would be. Now, she has been known to go four-wheeler riding with Jamie and others and load up her four-wheeler when nobody's home and take off and ride with people the river, but I don't know if that's in Mississippi or not. But I don't know where she got this information.
And again, now, who got this information to share it with you?
Jennifer Lamb told me, which is my neighbor. She works at the school. She's substitute teaching now. So I saw her, talked with her this morning because I took the girls and talked to the principal and told them the situation.
And Jennifer told you?
That Kathy called her at 10 o'clock p.m. last night and told her that there was a ping off one of the cell phones. Now, I don't know which one it is.
Kathy Bowman.
Kathy Bowman, that she's in.
Okay.
And said it was near the Mississippi River. So I called Kathy this morning and confronted her about that and asked.
What did she tell you?
She said that there was a hit off of it at 4 a.m. and it was near the Mississippi River. And I said, where did you get that information? And she said, from the police. From the police.
She called the name, officer's name, anything?
Did the police leak some information?
Going back to the time when she picked up Ashley, and you said that you told her that you would go get her.
Yeah,
was this a face-to-face conversation?
No, it was about phone. It was just she briefly called me and said, I'm going to pick up Ashley. I'm going to put her in bed with me, and that's what she said. And then But I said, are you certain you're okay to drive, Karen? Because, I mean, it's one thing to drive intoxicated by yourself, and then when you put the girls in the situation. And she said, no, I'm okay. But here's something else that's odd. When they were both questioned separately, Bill and Kathy, yesterday, I was told that Bill said that Karen came home after the party to their house and changed. Well, when Kathy was asked, the last time she saw her, said she was wearing a black mini skirt and boots. Now, it might be that Kathy can't remember. And, you know, I don't know.
And again, how did you obtain this information?
From Alexander. From Deputy Alexander. When we were talking last night, he had, talking about the last person saw or whatever, and we were trying to figure out what she might have been wearing. And he was even questioning my daughter, my 9-year-old.
Does any of the clothing sound like something she made home?
Do what now?
Does any of the clothing, the description you gave, the black mini skirt, does it sound like
that's all in the vehicle that you got. The vehicle, it's got the black mini skirt, the tall black boots.
Is that her stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, she had it at home?
Yeah. Okay. I guess that's what she dressed up as at the party. So evidently she changed somewhere before she came home, because she had jeans on when she came home. And
have you saw the stuff that was in the vehicle?
I saw some of it, yeah. I didn't go through all of it because, they probably had to process it or whatever, but I know there was beer in the cooler in the back, and you kind of smell beer in the front, and that's all I know is, and nothing surprising, everything.
How long have you guys been together?
We've been married 22 years, in a total of 22 years.
All in all for?
Well, we were married from 89 to 99, and for 7 months we were separated, but we got remarried. We had the 2 boys at the time.
Why the separation?
The separation was that we were having issues, and I screwed up. I personally screwed up.
What kind of issues? We need to know.
Oh, yeah, well, I had an affair, and it was a person at work in the HR department. I was in management, and I screwed up. But I repented of all that. I got actually her and her husband back together. They had divorced. Karen and I, we.
So your relationship moved on from that start?
Yeah, from that point on, we got remarried on our anniversary date. Always really good. I knew I'd failed, and then we were married, and even since that, in 2000, we had Ashley, which is 9 now. We had her later, and then I guess we were married probably 6 years, and Karen had an affair.
Has there ever been any question about whether either one of your daughters is yours or not?
No, because it was shortly after Keely was born, and if you saw my girls, you'd know. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that, and it wouldn't change anything if it was, but
I guess what I'm leading to is, you've been married for 22 years, and you know that she's having these affairs. From what you told me, and this is the first time we've even heard of what's going on, the average man, now let's be frank, the average guy would sit there and take this. You got to the point you fed up with this, right? Yes, no, maybe. Are you?
I put up with a lot. That's just my nature. I've always think there's hope, and I still love her and care about her. And I just think she's lost right now.
Okay. And you know that you're going over to the neighbor's house. She's been in bed with a wife. She's been in a hot tub with a husband. She's acting out in ways that she doesn't normally. She started to drink. She started hanging out with some people at this party and doing all sorts of things there. And then, how do you feel about this?
I'm upset. I'm hurt. I mean, but we kept communicating, and I kept asking her, if this is really what she wants in the life, and but I've dealt with it.
How old is Karen?
She's 44. She'll be 45 in January.
You think she's going through some midlife crisis?
I believe so. And I felt that if we could just get over that, but I also felt that 6 years ago when she had an affair, and at Pocahontas, and she got caught on video down at the gym, and he was quite a bit older than her, and owned a small car lot, and his girlfriend caught him on video. She was a massage therapist down there, and it was a big ordeal. Mm-hmm. And that finally ended, and I said, listen, Karen, let's move on. I forgive you. I screwed up, and you screwed up in this marriage. I said, let's just move on, and everything was going pretty well. And then we had Keely, our 4th child. She's 6 now. And So then we moved to, Dyersburg, where I took the job with Tenaris and wanted to move over here as a school system. And
how do you feel about Kathy Bonner?
How do I feel about her? I mean, I don't know that they're telling the whole truth and everything about what's been going on, what she might be involved in, or who she might be seeing, or, I think...
That night you walked in that room and they were in there, you didn't get mad or nailed?
Well, yeah, I was upset, but I can't say that Karen was over here and Kathy was over here. Mm-hmm. They later told me Kathy was just so drunk that she didn't go down to the hot tub, and that she's saying that Kathy was dressed. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess I give them the benefit of the doubt,
Then you go to Walmart.
Yeah.
You find a car. You go into Walmart. And you go up and down every aisle. You don't see her in there. You go back to your vehicle. You sit there for a period of time, and then you see Kathy bringing Karen up. Mm-hmm. Nothing registered at this point?
Oh, yeah. I think that she's involved in something, or she's going somewhere.
Because you want to go. You questioned. You said, tell me what's going on. Why?
Yeah. Yeah, and I didn't get any answers.
What makes you angry?
You can ask my co-workers. You can ask anyone.
No, I'm asking you. What makes you angry?
Your dog getting poisoned like that?
Yeah, that made me angry. When my dog got poisoned. That was...
What happened?
When
the two dogs got poisoned out on Hornets Road?
Yeah.
One of them was his.
I've had a bad year. One was yours. Yeah, we were dealing with all that. Now, this made me upset whenever going to that night. And all that was going on. That was a Friday night. The whole time we were dealing with all that, Karen kept, when you were there, and Karen, she came out there and she said, hey, let them do their job, come on, go to bed. And I thought, this is kind of odd. She's never asked me to hurry up and go to bed or whatever. She hadn't really cared. But anyway, so finally, about 2:30, 3 a.m., I went to bed. Well, I got up Saturday morning and came downstairs. The girls wasn't there, Karen wasn't there, which I thought, they just went to town or whatever. Kept texting her all day long. And this was over fall break. This was just recently. And so finally at 8:30, I get a response from her. There's a letter and a notebook on the top dresser drawer. And that's when she left a letter saying she'd taken the girls. She had filed for divorce, and after our dog got poisoned, still recovering from that. Dustin comes home that morning with Jack, and, we're just shocked, and she wouldn't tell us where she was or anything. I didn't know if the girls were okay, and she later found out she wouldn't tell her older boys, Preston and Dustin. Preston's 21, Dustin's 18, where she was. And Preston finally said, I pinged your phone, I know you're on the beach. He just shot it out there, and she said, fine, I'm at Orange Beach, Alabama. Come to find out she was with Bill and Kathy. And
how did that make you feel then?
Upset. I was angry. I was mad. I was hurt.
Did you break anything?
No, I didn't. I didn't break anything. I just...
Yeah.
Not really. I deal with things that... I've never been violent. She's done a lot of things to provoke me, but I've never laid a hand on her. I've never hurt her. She's poked me in the chest. She's broke a plate over my back once when I caught her in the affair and grabbed her cell phone and saw it was him and said, hey, why do you keep trying to hurt our marriage? And she picked up the fortune plate once and busted over my back, and I just...
Out of the 22 years you guys have known each other, have you ever put your hands on her?
Never once.
But you can't say that about her, right?
I can't say that about her. And there's people that know. And
if you had to use an estimated guess right now, where do you think she is?
I don't know. I'm so worried about her. She could be anywhere. With Kathy telling me that at this point in time, if she knows that there was a ping on the Mississippi River, then that's where my mind's going now. Is she somewhere?
Do you think that she may have just told you that to throw you off? What if she's at her house?
Why would she be putting us through this in the girls?
Why have they did? That's right. Why have she done the things that she's done before and lied to you?
But what advantage or motive would that be? What?
Sometimes people get caught up in a situation like that, and they prefer to live in this until their mind can clear.
I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. With all the lies, the deceitfulness, she went to Nashville a few weekends ago to go to her Y training to do the silver sneakers. And I thought it was kind of like a 2-day event. Karen was going to have to go for 2 days, and she left early on a Friday morning. And she came home Saturday morning about 4 p.m. She got her stuff out, and she told me, said, will you go get my curling iron out of the vehicle? So I left in there, she was getting ready to go out or something. And so I went and got her curling iron, and I looked down there, and there was her panties right on the floorboard. I looked down, I could tell they'd been worn, And so I just left them there and put her curling iron in. And I asked her later, I said, why are your panties in the floorboard? oh, well, I changed before one of the classes or something. I said, why would you change in your vehicle? And she said, no, I didn't stop at the convenience store. And I said, well, why would it be in the floor? Why would you not put them in your bag in the zipper side or something like that? And I mean, it's just stuff like that all the time. I found a dildo in her coat pocket, a glass dildo. You know, whenever, you know, I was suspicious and searching her closet and searching for things, trying to find it, and in her coat pocket was a glass dildo. When I first looked at it and saw it, I thought it was a crack pipe. I didn't know what it was at first because it had a handle and stuff. So
I don't know, and I'm not trying to be deceitful or anything. Only way I know to do this is to ask, okay? Is your wife into threesomes and stuff there? Yes, no, I don't know.
And we were intimate. And we were intimate not up till that long ago. I mean, I can't say the sex was ever really, you know, bad and it seemed to get more heightened when she would go over there and then come home and stuff. And she said when she got a few beers down her, you know, she was, and I never drank. I mean, I hardly ever drink at all. And you can ask anyone. I don't now. Now, I did some to try to fit in and see what was going on, and that's just not me. I've never needed that.
So to get her stimulated, you let her go to these parties and things?
I didn't let her. There was no letting her.
Well, she went to these parties and things, and when she came back, you reaped the benefit of it.
Yeah. And so she would talk about Bill and Kathy while we're having sex. And she would talk about Kathy, that she feels so sorry for Kathy because Bill don't give it to her in a home, and he has to take Viagra when he does and all this, and that Kathy would really like to be with me probably if she could talk her into all this. And I thought it was just role play. I just thought it was
great. And what was your answer?
You know, I guess I played along with it just to, you know, but I wasn't. Afterwards, it was afterwards. I mean, I understand. To me.
To her, you would consider, yeah, okay, you know, if you can set it up, fine, no, not a problem. Okay, but this past weekend, what do you think happened? I mean, what do you think, in your mind, what do you think was going on here?
I don't know, other than when it appears that she had a flat. I don't know if she called someone, or if she started walking, someone picked her up, or so.
Would it be normal to say she had a flat on her car? Yeah. Would she not call somebody and say, hey, my car is out of gas, it's on a flat, I'm having car trouble?
She's pretty independent, but there's been times if you go that close, she should have probably called Kathy, or she would have called. There's been, other than she wouldn't have called me if she didn't want me. If she was trying to hide something, she wouldn't have called me, or she'd have been out and early. And
okay, but common sense. If she's gonna leave the vehicle on a main thoroughfare, that everybody's traveling back and forth, they're gonna see the vehicle,
exactly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless she might have thought she could take care of it soon enough or something, or if she called somebody, or I don't know.
But from the time that they found the vehicle, you went there to see it to say, yeah, this is ours or whatever. What did you see on the inside when you first arrived?
When I first arrived?
Yeah, when you arrived. Who was there?
There was no one there when I first arrived.
Okay, the vehicle was sitting on the left side, right side of the road, in a field.
I was on the right side off the shoulder.
Okay. Was it locked up?
Immediately I hit the unlock, because I want to check, so I don't know if he's locked or unlocked. Okay. And so I opened up the door and looked to see, what was going on.
Okay. When you unlocked the door, you approached it. The first place that you looked was in the front seat, back seat?
The front seat.
Okay. What did you see?
I saw her black boots.
Okay. On the passenger side, driver's side?
On the driver's side. Her black boots and there was another bag, and I didn't remember the time, but I guess it's the black skirt because later Alexander pulled it out and it was a black skirt. Where
was the skirt?
It was under kind of in the seat, the passenger side. The driver's side.
Okay. Was there any other kind of container or anything in there? In the front seat or back seat?
There was a cooler in the back. When we raised the hatchback, there was a cooler that had beer in it.
Okay. Was it any of the beer unopened on any of the... Was there any containers up front?
I don't believe so.
Nothing in any of the cup holders?
I don't think so, no.
Where's the keys left in it?
Yeah, I didn't see her purse either. Not that I'm aware of. I've seen her smoke with Jenny across the road once, one night, and also questioned that, and then I actually saw her kiss Jenny once, just a peck, when they were partying across the road, But
Where does her parents live?
Walnut Ridge, Arkansas.
Have you contacted them?
Oh, yeah.
What did they tell you?
They're concerned also, but Kim's mom has talked to me a lot and been concerned about this whole ordeal, and they're aware.
When's the last time you made contact with them?
I talked with her mom about an hour ago.
Okay, the day that you found the car, did you call her?
Yes, I did.
You told her that you found the car and that she was nowhere around, right?
Yeah. She's borrowed money. I found a contract where she had borrowed money. Bill Bono had loaned her money, $2,000 recently. And then she also, well, I can't understand if he loaned her $2,000, why she called her Aunt Florence in Little Rock. And Aunt Florence loaned her money too. Well, Aunt Florence didn't realize what all was going on.
How much did she get?
I don't know. She wouldn't tell me.
How did you find out she had borrowed money from him?
Well, Karen told me, said, because I questioned, because, during all this, we're really not supposed to do anything financial or anything, and Karen's also being sued. I changed bank accounts whenever I realized that, she was filing whatever because of money. She couldn't manage it anymore. It was going. I didn't know where it was going.
So y'all have two separate accounts?
Yeah, I opened up an account with down at First Aid, the same bank we had our joint. And so and I told Karen I opened up a separate account for my direct deposit to go. I'll put money in our joint account to show them I'm still supporting, and we'll get through all this or whatever. So I was putting like $350 in there at a time.
Where's it at?
First Aid. First Aid. And I've been dealing with both.
Does she have a debit card through First Aid?
She did, yeah, she does. But last Thursday, that joint account got levied because she was filming to appear recently at court for Capital One. She just would not go to her court dates. I'm not on these credit cards. I didn't know anything about them.
My next question, what other credit cards should she have?
Capital One, Credit One, and Washington Mutual. She's being sued by all three. She has...
Maxed them out?
Oh, yeah, we would never pay him.
Capital One, what else? I'm sorry.
Credit One, and Washington Mutual. And I was not on the credit cards. I don't know where the money went. This is over a period of a couple of years, 3 years, whatever. That they've gone after. Now they've garnished, or they levied.
How much did she owe Capital One?
I know she was like $2,500 on one, and $1,500 on one, and $2,000 or $2,500 on another. I think it's total maybe $5,000 total, or $6,000.
And how did you find out that she borrowed money from a deal?
I found a contract. I've got a copy of it. As a matter of fact, it's there still, I guess.
How old is the contract?
November 3rd. 2011, she filed on November 5th, 2011. But it says I built on
November ain't that yet.
I'm sorry, October. Yeah, we're in October. I'm sorry, October. Yeah, it's October the 3rd, and she filed on October 5th. I picked up papers on the 10th.
Did somebody tell you just happened to come across it?
The papers. That contract, I just came across it. She left it. John left it.
What about your insurance? You have insurance on it?
No, I don't think. Life insurance? I don't think so. I know I've got insurance on myself, life insurance and everything, but I don't think we ever took out any on her.
Through your work?
Don't believe so.
What about kids?
I've got, for the kids, I've got like a $5,000 each or something. It's not a major. It's something that's offered by the company that basically the company pays for it. If anything that the company would pay, same with her, the $5,000 per, but I've never had life insurance with her.
Go back to the morning you got up and the kids were gone. They went to Orange Beach. She just jumped in the car and drove down there.
Yeah, they left early that morning, I guess. And she wouldn't tell me. I found out maybe, I searched the Verizon account. I looked it up and I saw, I think a 205 area code or something. I called it. It was a lobster or seafood place in Orange Beach. And I thought, okay, that's where she is. And then Preston called her and said, listen, you're on the beach. I pinged your phone. She said, yeah, I'm in Orange Beach. And
now I think we're caught up right
now. I realized that she was with Bill and Kathy. And
now we're live.
And
all these salacious details.
She was letting me talk to the girls finally. She said, just don't ask them any questions, blah, blah, blah. And so it was Keely's birthday, which was Friday, that same day that the dog incident and all that happened, So, Friday, I guess it was maybe Monday or Tuesday, Keely told me, said, on the phone, said, Kathy finally gave me my birthday present. So I said, oh, really? What did you get? And she was telling me. So they told me they were all together, and they all stayed in a condo together.
So, let me get this straight. The Friday night that I was out there with the other incident,
she was
wanting you to go to bed.
Yeah.
Hurry up and go to bed.
She was packing.
That Saturday morning she left?
Yeah. Yeah, when I got up Saturday morning, she was gone. And she was probably packing as everything was taking place with investigation with the dog.
This is a crazy one. Paul, thank you for the super chat.
I'm sorry. How many times you think she sneaks out a week?
2, 3. I mean, I know she was going every Wednesday night, at least, to Kathy's and Bill's. And there was times throughout I would just catch her. And there was another time that, when Jenny and Chad, when they moved from across the road, this Gurren, they moved to Lexington. I thought, oh, thank God they finally moved. Maybe things she'll quit partying with them and everything, because my neighbors know that too, Marty and Jennifer. They were just like, I don't see how you can put up with it, blah, blah, blah. Because she'd be over there till 2, 3 in the morning. I'd have to go with her sometimes and say, Karen, please come home, I mean, haven't you partied enough? And make sure she was safe and home. And anyways, when they moved, this was probably 7 months ago, 6 months ago, it was midnight. I heard her sneaking out of the house. And I called her. And I said, where are you going at midnight? Oh, well, Jenny called me and she's going to be over at she's at Jamie's right now, just wanting me to come over. I said, at midnight? I mean, she was already in bed and everything. I said, at midnight you're going over there? And she said, well, yeah. I said, Jenny's just wanting me to come over to Jamie's at Ridgely, Tennessee, and that's where Jamie lives. And so when she got there, Jenny, she called, let me know she was there and that she was with Jenny, because Jenny said, hey, David, blah, blah, and then she got in about 4 o'clock that morning. I don't know.
Okay. This little group, Bill and Kathy and Karen,
Brian, Shannon Lee, there's Mark Snyder, Allison. I mean, there's
well, I'm not going to say there is. I have heard rumors of it, of a group in Dyersburg that pretty much likes to
Pink Poodle Club or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
I've heard about it too, but I don't know if they're associated with that. But everything, all the signs, everything she was pointing toward that.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of stuff that Karen would bring up. And it wasn't just Kathy. She was talking about other friends about me, and she would think it'd be hot to be with me coming in and catching her with another young woman and stuff. And then whenever I found the dildo and all that, and I'm thinking,
So were you in this circle?
No, I wasn't. I tried to
Who was the girl? There was some girl you said you and her got shunned from there.
Robin.
Robin. Was she part of this group?
No, she was.
Robin who?
Alfred, A-L-F-O-R-D, Alfred. Robin and Paul, he owns a security business in town.
Security system alarms.
Yeah. Paul.
No problem.
And we were over there that night when all that took place, and that's when, Robin told me what happened in the living room when she was passed out naked, and so I confronted Bill and I confronted Kathy, and then they got mad at Robin and they got mad at me for confronting it, and then we were shunned. I haven't been back over the house since, other than sneaking around back and what's going on. And
do you know if this was an exclusive?
Going it, but not that I went up to get Karen whenever I found her in bed with Kathy.
Was this an I don't know if I use the word exclusive. Just married? Were they all married couples? Or were there single people there also?
All the ones I saw were married, other than Karen. And I know it's not usually that way, but I don't know. I can't tell you that. Now, I know that I drove by their house and saw other vehicles I wasn't aware, didn't know of. Mm-hmm. And there's no telling. Kathy's covered for Karen so much by picking her up, there's been numerous times that I got called in to work one night. We're having a lot of issues, and I told Karen, I said, you're going to have to come get Keely and Ashley. I said, I've got to go into work. I said, we had an accident or something. And anyways, I said, I'll just bring her by Kathy's. No, just me and Kathy will come to you. And so they met me at Walmart or at McDonald's parking lot, and I saw a little little 99 proof. They'd been drinking and everything, and she was upset because she had to get the girls. And so I said, "Where's your vehicle?" Because it wasn't at Kathy's, and so she was somewhere else, and Kathy went and picked her up to cover and bring her to or something. I don't know. There's just so much stuff that.
Dave, from 0 to starting at 0, going to 9. How many times do you think you participated with a group?
Participated? As far as being involved, or
as far as
0?
Sexually involved.
I'm 0.
Okay.
Well, I've never had any involvement. Whenever I realized what was going on, I tried to pull her out of it. And Robin did too. We confronted, but I mean, I wouldn't. It's one thing to behind closed doors to talk or whatever, but to actually do and go through with something, I value. And that's why.
The reason I'm asking this because this whole thing may do a 360-degree turnaround. Instead of her having a strong sexual appetite or want to participate, when we start interviewing people, they may say it was you. So that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Clear this up.
No, I've never had any involvement whatsoever.
What do you think would be the odds that Kathy has helped her orchestrate something? Orange Beach, gone somewhere. I mean,
why would she do that to the girls? I just can't picture. I can't imagine. Although Kathy said, "I'll take the girls if you need for me to, or whatever you need for me to do," and I don't want the girls to be around her right now. I don't trust them. I don't want her to manipulate, and I just don't trust them. And I don't trust Bill. I'm wondering if Kathy is aware that Bill loaned her that money. Because I was told by Jamie that lives next door that Karen would show up to clean their house, on Mondays, maybe at noon. Bill would be there, and then Bill would leave 45 minutes to an hour, and I even saw that once before Kathy would come home or something. And there's just some weird stuff going on, and my mother-in-law and her brother, when they came down for Dustin's graduation, they thought she acted like she was on drugs or something. And I don't know. I'm just saying that she would do anything to stay thin and to appearance. She's had an addiction to diet pills, and she's had, that issue before, and we got through that, and that, Janie next door said that she's thought that Bill and Kathy were swinging, and the pastor suspected, and she said she wouldn't put it past as far as maybe marijuana and stuff like that, but to everybody else, they're business owners, they don't want this brought out, they don't want that. But that's what I know.
Do you own any weapons?
Yeah, I've got a 9mm a Ruger P95, which I used to reserve with when I was in Randolph County.
How long did you do that?
I've owned that
I did that, off and on, maybe a year or two. It was, I went to the academy for half as much as a regular, and
where you said Randolph?
Randolph County in Pocahontas, Arkansas. Yeah. So I did that as a hobby and to volunteer, didn't get paid, had to buy my own equipment and everything. I had a good friend of the state police. He is now the director, Steve Schultz, he's director of the academy at Pocahontas. And, I've had all background checks, FBI, security clearance, everything, and I also was involved in social work right out of college, and, I wanted to be a social worker, and I also wanted to be involved in law enforcement, and did that. I was part of CASA, I was court appointed special advocate for abused and neglected children.
So you just had one handgun?
Yeah.
Dustin, the boys have guns?
I got that, and a 22 that they got me for Father's Day, just a long rifle several years ago. That's the only two that I've got.
At the present time, how many people are living in your household?
Right now, including Karen, we got 4.
You, Karen, 2 daughters.
Yeah. When Dustin comes home on the weekends. So.
Will you give us permission to go back out there and look around?
Yeah. I mean, they did the other night. I don't have one issue. I don't have any issue. I mean, anything I can do to help and to...
We're just trying to cover all bases and everything.
I know, and it's hurtful.
And I understand. I understand totally.
I just want her to come home and to...
Okay, let's take this also into consideration. What if she has left with somebody? How are you going to take that?
I just want her to come home and to be a mother. If she don't want to be a wife, that's her decision. I can accept that. But if there's someone else, as long as they're not hurtful or harmful, but to the girls or whatever, I mean, I just have to accept it. But I mean,
what?
It's not something that I want or something that would be hard.
Have you filed for divorce?
She filed on the 5th. And
that's her attorney?
Creasy.
Okay.
Jason Creasy.
Do you have an attorney?
Yeah, I got one. Matter of fact, Tim Nathy.
Nathy?
Yeah, that was, he was there the night. He's the brother to the Chris Nathy, their dog. And so I didn't know any other attorney and stuff, so he's been talking with me and we've been trying to figure stuff out.
Wait, he's got an attorney?
I mean, I had to do something. We came to an attorney, and he's the only one that I really knew, and I thought, well, maybe that was fake, but he was there that night.
Well, maybe.
But I don't know.
All right. Well,
We've got everything we needed.
We're going to start. We got people out right now, so obviously it goes without saying, if you hear anything, no matter how minute, call up here, leave a message on my phone, or leave a message on...
Have you got a card with your personal number? Has anyone talked with that hog shooter? I mean, everybody's scared to death of him in the neighborhood. And then, keep in mind, we've also had several break-ins out there. I caught him one night stealing Miss Mary's, the old couple. She just lost her husband. And there was a truck coming by, and they were loading up her stuff off her porch and stuff. And I was still having issues with my leg then, and I couldn't catch him. I was, and I called 911. It came out there, and they did investigation and everything. And then this ordeal with hog shooter, and said he's upset now. He said somebody's been throwing nails in his driveway and stuff. So he's upset over that. And
you mind if I hang on to this?
No, that's fine. Matter of fact, I'm trying to think of where else we went.
It's a Barbie car, so it's probably got a 12-month warranty on it.
Do what? Oh, Barbie cars.
Yeah, it's
like Heath on it. Yeah, Heath. So, that we also...
No, we will talk to him. We're going to cover all the bases. Anything else you can think of?
No. I mean, we went to the mall and everything. I talked with Janie. Her dad used to be the mayor here, I believe, or grandpa. Janie.
Ravel.
Is that what it is? No, Janie. She's got a daughter, Peggy Jane. That's Peggy Jane. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They live on Forsyth Street or past the park in town. Past the park, and the next road to the left. Like you pass the park, not the first one, where you turn there to the next one.
Do you, either one, does the older girl have a cell phone?
Yeah. Numbers 3432.
We're going to mute that one while he gives the phone number.
731.
867-5309.
Have you taken a leave of absence from work?
No, I haven't. I was supposed to go today to get a second opinion on my. I had it set up at Blytheville at 10:45. Of course, I canceled so I could. And with the orthopedic surgeon over there, because of the issues, but
What's your address at home?
It's 60.
Don't need his address. Somebody actually might live there now.
And there's no one there at the present time, right?
And Dustin, my oldest, or my second son, he's there.
We can go take do a walk through this, okay? You mind? What are you driving up from?
The Volvo, the S60 Volvo.
S60 Volvo.
Silver.
Do you think she would get to the point she would call her daughter? Or Dustin?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, she's... You know, I've seen nights that she would speed down the drive and Ashley's chasing after her and stuff, not wanting her to leave and go out at night. And, which was very hurtful to, you know, to her, but never where she just wouldn't call or this prolonged.
Right. Okay.
That is awesome. She hit 300,000. That is awesome. So excited for Grizzly True Crime.
I can't understand why people are communicating, giving information to Kathy. If that is the case, of information I don't know.
Well, I can assure you it didn't come from us.
Unless they've got someone else where I don't know. But also, is there any way to retrieve the text messages and stuff from both phones? Or from...
That's being worked on. And I'm telling you it didn't come from us, and the only reason I know it didn't is because he called me this morning to see if I was on my way in. We got a missing person. I didn't even know about this thing until this morning. So it didn't come from us. So I don't know where she got her information, and we're not the police either. So we're law enforcement, sheriff's department. We're not the police.
So that's why I was kind of odd.
Yeah, she may have. I don't know. Anything you hear, no matter how minute, or if you remember something, it don't matter if it's something just minor. If you find go home and flip open the phone book and there's a phone number written down with where was Florida?
205.
Yeah, well,
I'm checking and I don't care if y'all want my password and stuff to my Verizon account, you know. I mean, that's what I was there, you know, last night with Alexander and showing him. We were looking at, you know, messages and texts and things. Of course, I can't read, you know, what they say, but the timeline, we were trying to come up with you know, something that, and
you mind meeting us out front so we can follow you out there and just do a walkthrough through the house and...
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Back to the left. Like, turn.
Wow.
Investigator McCray, would you make that interview and exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
75.
Exhibit 5.
You know, I do have more questions to ask the investigator. However, at some point, there's a second interview with this investigator where he interviews.
There's another?
And we want to play that. I think that would take us well into.
We'll wait on the second interview until after our lunch break. Why don't you go ahead for a few minutes? If you have some other questions, go ahead.
I do.
I'm sorry. If you have some other questions, go
I do, Your Honor. I can skip ahead and then come back to the interview.
That's fine.
So, Detective McCray, Investigator McCray, when initial procedures used to locate a missing person, like trying to contact them on their phone, are unsuccessful, do you change tactics? In this case, did you try other means to find Ms. Swift?
Yeah, like I said, we introduced documents to Verizon to start pulling phone records. We, again, talked to family members.
Did you contact the news media?
Yes, we contacted news media. We did Facebook. we did everything we could to get her name out there to let everybody know that she was missing.
Did you ever organize any searches for Miss Swift?
Sheriff Box did,
Okay.
along with us.
Did you participate in those?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, just describe for the jury what those searches consisted of and where you searched, that type of thing.
We focused there on Willie Johnson Road near a home. We acquired the assistance of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, the TBI, Dyersford Police Department, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the Dyer County Rescue Squad, various agencies that help assist in trying to locate her.
And where were those searches of?
In the area of Willie Johnson Road, the Obion River, on the west end of the Mississippi area river.
I love these directions.
That's what I was going to ask next.
Love these directions.
You've heard this ping described several times. Did you guys go to that location?
Yes, we went to that location.
Where is that?
That's going to be west of the Swift residence, and it's an estimated guess, maybe 5 to 6 miles, maybe.
And this is the Mississippi River?
Yes.
Ping? Okay. Is that area known by a name? Is there any?
Near the Great River Road.
Okay. And did y'all go down there and search?
Yes, we did.
Did you find any evidence while you were down there?
We found items, but they were not usable for as evidence.
Okay. Did you ever enlist, for lack of a better term, a cadaver dog to find?
Yes. We went back to the Obion River, which is on 78 Highway. I asked the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, they had cadaver dogs. So we began to drag that river there on right off Highway 78.
And were those searches successful?
It appeared that one of the dogs, being a cadaver dog, jumped in the water. We had people to go in the water to see if we could find anything. We didn't recover anything, so I asked for another dog to come in and get in the boat with us, another cadaver dog, and that dog alerted the same way the first dog did. And we realized, of course, later, those dogs are cadaver dogs. They can smell decomp that we can't smell. So we think that was coming off the area near the cross, area where the kudzu was.
When you say decomp, explain that word.
It's where the body has gone into decomp and started deteriorating.
Okay. Did you ever enlist any type of aircraft to search for Karen's body?
Yes, sir. We asked for the Tennessee Highway Patrol to come with a helicopter. They were not able to fly that area because they have an obstacle thing to fly. But it's in a computer that tells them they're too close to power lines or obstacles, so they couldn't exactly fly the area where the cross was due to the power lines.
That's what I heard too. We realized the cadaver dogs could smell something. That's why they were jumping in the water.
Over here because we're
It was hot,
jumping ahead.
and there was water.
Other than the walkthrough that Deputy Alexander and Sergeant Walker, was the Swift home ever formally searched?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Later we got a search warrant, went out with the TBI crime lab to go to the residence to see if there was any usable evidence there.
Okay, and describe that process.
The agents, he submitted a search warrant. It was granted. We met the crime lab team that came from Middle and West Tennessee there to search the property.
Okay. Did you discover any relevant pieces of evidence while you were searching?
We were there. I noticed bleach, bottles of bleach outside near the home there on the property.
Okay. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
And could you tell the jury what that is of?
That's bleach, several gallons of bleach.
Looks like 5 gallons
sitting there
of
in the
bleach.
yard.
Okay. State would ask that to be marked for identification only at this time.
5 bottles of bleach for the pool.
All right, that'll
This
be
is a
number
2-week trial.
6 for identification only.
Were there any other evidence obtained during the search?
There were some issues inside the garage that we suspected might have been blood, but it was later tested, and it didn't show any signs of blood.
Did the officers use luminol?
Yes, they did.
Would you describe for the jury what luminol is?
It's a product that they spray, and then in darkness we had to close the garage to see if we could illuminate anything that may appear to might have been blood.
And you're saying that the luminol test was negative?
Yes.
Okay. Were any phones or computers at the house taken into evidence?
Yes, that day they did recover phones, computers, cameras, recording device, things of that nature.
Okay, what happened to those items, if you know?
Those items were collected and went to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
Okay. Did you ever enter Miss Swift's bedroom during the search?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you recognize any evidence in Miss Swift's bedroom that you would consider significant?
Well, there on the nightstand, there was a bottle of some type of sleep aid, cough drops or cough medicine that was there. I don't remember the exact name of that sleep aid that was on.
Did y'all take that into evidence that day?
No, sir, we did not.
Is there a reason why you didn't?
We didn't think it had any bearing on her disappearance.
Did you later change your mind?
Yes, after the autopsy report.
Thank you.
Ooh. There's a juicy tidbit.
Did you locate any court filings related to the Swift's divorce during your search?
Yes, in Mr. Swift's Volvo, in the trunk, underneath a spare tire, were the divorce papers, and I thought that was kind of strange too. If you're getting a divorce, why would you hide them on a spare tire?
The objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to disregard the last statement. You may not refer to it in your later deliberations.
Investigator McCray, who was John Hogsshooter?
He was a guy that lived down the road from the Swifts.
Had you had any involvement with him prior to Miss Swift going missing?
No, I haven't. I didn't.
Do you know whether or not the Dark County Sheriff's Office had an involvement with him?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe that briefly?
There was a report where dogs had been poisoned out in the area near the Swift's home. In my recollection, Mr. Nafy dog died from the poisoning. Mr. Swift dog did not die from the poisoning.
Okay. Going from the dogs to Miss Swift's disappearance, was John Hogsshooter ever considered a suspect in her disappearance?
Yes, we looked at him.
Did you get a search warrant for his home or his vehicle?
Yes.
One or both?
Both.
Okay. What happened with that search?
There was no usable evidence there. Mr. Hogsshooter was willing to assist us any way he could in the investigation.
Did you ask him to give a DNA sample?
Yes, we did.
Did he do that willingly, or did you need a search warrant?
Yes.
Yes to which?
He did volunteer to give a DNA sample.
Okay. Did, to your knowledge, Mr. Hogsshooter's DNA match any of the evidence collected?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did you or anyone in your office take plaster casts of tire tracks on Willie Johnson Road?
No.
Okay. Is it unusual to look at a person as maybe as a person of interest in a homicide case or a missing persons case and later rule them out?
It happens all the time.
Okay. My next line of questioning is a little bit more lengthy.
We might get a break here.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. I think we're close to having lunch for you all there.
Judge, what's on the menu?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the lunch break, do not discuss the case with each other at all. Do not form or express an opinion about the case at this time because, you know, we've just begun the proof in the matter there. Also, I don't think you'll have the opportunity, but avoid any conversations with parties, witnesses, or attorneys. And if you are approached or if there are discussions, I will need to know about that. after lunch. We're gonna knock off now. Let's look at 1 o'clock for our target time to restart. So have a good lunch, and we'll see you.
It's a 1 hour break.
All right.
All right. All right. 1 hour break. We're they're gone. So we've got just a seal here. I think I don't know how to do this. I guess I owe you guys an apology. I thought we had just a clean, old-fashioned cold case murder on our hands. I had no idea that the testimony was going to go where it went today. I apologize for that. Hopefully we're through that bit. Obviously, it sounds like just my impression. These are things that were created by the defendant to make the victim look bad. I doubt we're going to get much testimony to support any of these stories, or many of them, beyond possibly that there wasn't an extramarital affair at some point. Wow. So I'm pretty sure we got demonetized, just for the record. I'm not sure about that. But let's see. No, I think YouTube still hasn't caught on. It's still maybe it helped that we were on speed. I'm glad we were on 2x speed through some of that. That was crazy. But this is a new trial. We're going to watch this and then pick up the rest of Karen Reed and then watch the rest of this, I think. But talk about crazy behavior. This guy he gets called in for an interview, and he's doing hey, do you see my crutches? Look, my bad knee. The whole bit. Okay, he goes, look at my knee. I had surgery right before this. She went missing, and I've been hurting this whole time. It was really bad. I couldn't have done it. And let me tell you all the reasons why she's bad. And he just goes off. The question was like, what happened? Start back last Saturday, and it ends with what was in her pocket and where her panties were, and it's like, whoa, the guy, and he just won't stop. They're like, okay, is that everything? He's like, yep. All right, so if you think of anything, well, there was this other guy time across the street that she was kissing the neighbor, and I caught her doing that, and he just won't stop. There's always more. And oh, by the way, look into Mr. Hog Shooter, because if he'll kill a dog, he'll probably kill my wife. He throws people under the bus all over the place. All his neighbors. He sounds a lot like Tommy. And I have to ask, like several of you already did in chat, how in the world did this case go cold? This seems like they've got enough from that first interview to just throw him under the bus and lock him up. But oh, yes. Thank you to our mods who are keeping the risky words out of chat, because that is one way to demonetize us as well. And although demonetizing is not the end of the world, it does, I'd like to be able to keep doing this in the future. And if we get demonetized too much, that causes problems for that. So his relationship with his wife that he brought up, he's just cool with, it's been 3 years, and if there's somebody else, that's fine. I'm good with that as long as it's, I don't like it, but she does what she needs to. I'm just cool with it. Not gonna. I picked this trial. I had no idea. I'm blaming the mods. They're like, hey, how about this one? It looks good. Tennessee sounds cool. I like Tennessee's a cool name. Anyway, we have about an hour. Why would you talk that much without a lawyer? This guy, piece of work. Anyway, we're going to go to lunch because we're caught up. We're caught up to live. So we're now live with the court case, and we're going to continue with whatever happens after lunch. I think we're going ahead of schedule. Just my gut feel is this probably might be a week and a half trial. Is just my gut feel. Closings are about to start in Daybell over on the Daybell channel. We've got about half 100 people, 52 over there. Ashley, thank you very much. Ashley running the polls and everything on the Daybell channel. So closings there. This is a good case. This is something the community was really pushing for. It really upset the community that they wanted this solved, and having 13 years of a cold case with somebody who was liked apparently quite well. They want a solution, and now we're here. So I need to find out more about why it took this long. I mean, what was the point where they said we can't move forward? Why, was it just that it was all circumstantial evidence, and they said, we're not confident we can get a conviction here, and now they're at the point where they're like, well, we better try? I don't know. But what time is Daybell coming back, Ashley? Are they coming back at 1? I can portal you over to Daybell for lunch if you'd like. Let's see if I can do this. There we go. Yeah, I can portal us over to Daybell for the closings. Lurking with a migraine, but this is crazy. Yeah. Lots of details. I think, Bug Dugger, some of what we heard today is just embellishments by the defendant. I got that feel. That's my personal take. So, looks like Daybell's supposed to be back any minute. At 1 p.m. was the return. So we're going to go to break here. If you want to jump over to Daybell and then come back and join us for the afternoon of this one, appreciate it. Thal, good to see you, my friend. Thanks for the massive 20 gifted memberships. You are making everybody be green. So wonderful. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to take a lunch. We're going to be back with the second half of, I'm not sure what we're going to call it, the Swift trial. It's not Taylor Swift. It's worse than that. David Swift. David Swift accused of killing his wife, Karen Swift. Cold case, a cold Swift case, a Swift cold case. I don't know. We'll think of a name. Do it after lunch. You guys have a good lunch. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be in about an hour. In the meantime, we'll see you over on Daybell because it just started just this very minute. All right, we'll see you guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?